Brother Martin here. We are live here in the nation's capital for the Poor People's Assembly and mass rally here. It's going to be starting in about 10 minutes. This is the pre-program here where their choir is performing. And so you have folks from all across the country who are coming to the nation's capital here. And so what you'll see is, so we're going to get a shot that's further down Constitution. So let's take this shot here. And so, folks, what you're seeing here is folks are coming here. More than 200 buses. More than 200 buses. Got more than 200 buses that are coming in from all across the country. The variety of organizations. You see folks in their various shirts. Of course, I see SCIU who are here. You also have the folks with Communication Workers of America. They are here as well. So, folks, all of labor unions, grassroots organizers. The goal, of course, the goal here is to get 15 million people touched and registered for this year's election. And talking to Reverend Dr. William Barber, Liz Theo Harris, what they have been doing is really focusing on organizing people, focusing on getting them straight, understanding how do you touch them, how do you reach them, but also forcing politicians, forcing elected officials to speak to the very issues that these folks care about. According to Reverend Barbara, if they are able to reach these people, he fundamentally believes that they can make the difference in critical states all across the country. But not just the 7 battleground states the White House is focused on. They also understand the importance of the Senate races. They also understand the importance of state races, and also organizing people all across the South. But this Poor People's Campaign effort is not a black effort. It's also about reaching individuals who are white, who are Latino, who are Asian American, who are Native American. And so what you're going to see here, the folks on stage, you see this with the people who are actually in the choir. You're going to see this with the people who are in the streets as well. You're going to see people from all different races. This is about poor people. This is about low-income workers. This is about all those people during the pandemic who were the affected workers. That's what this is all about. And so this rally is not just happening here in the nation's capital. They also have people who are mobilizing and organizing in state capitals all across. So this is the second year that we are here. We've run the commercial, running the ads, really focusing on these issues because they absolutely matter. It is, of course, a warm day here in the nation's capital, and so they've got everything out here that you need. Of course, they got portable water. They've got medics here. You name it, all of these folks here in order to properly care for folks. And so, again, what you see here, this shot here, actually, at least go back to that shot. And so as you see, people who are arriving, people who are coming here. So people are coming here. So people who are here, folks, coming in from all over the country, and so they are arriving. This is supposed to start at 10 o'clock. It's supposed to start at 10 a.m., I'm sorry. So you're seeing them coming here now. So we're going to do this here. Let's go back. Let's go to the stage. Go to the stage. We're going to take the choir here, and then we'll be right back.
Let us hear now spoken word from Trina Thoughts Bryant.
Dearly beloved, 140 million of us should be gathered here today in order to form a more perfect union. Poor and low-wage workers should be gathered in holy matrimony. This man and this woman struggles every day to stay alive, yet poverty is how they died. Fourth leading cause of death, America holds her breaths because she would rather you cash out on insurance policies, crooked policies, ensuring that the rich stay rich and the poor pay the taxes. So I ask this. If anyone knows why these two groups should not be joined together, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. We are strong, not weak. Our vote is our voice, and the ballot box should be our choice because we hide behind the veil of legislation, using laws to suppress voters' registration. Well, the blushing bride has arrived, and we will lift from the bottom and rise like a phoenix in Arizona skies. Set fire on Alaskan snow and demand that you give the natives back their land. In this land of the free, home of the brave, we are the grandchildren of former slaves. We are the free men of free men. Their all is what they gave. So why? Why are veterans on the street? No housing and bags for something to eat. Whole signs that say, God bless, but in the U.S., there are 5 vacant homes for everyone that's homeless, and then the city rezones our home and take what grandparents left. Gentrification moves in, but then don't want to live next door to the poor. And Congress turns around and spends $20 trillion on war, but cuts the budget for you to house me, and me must make 3 times the rent in order to rent, but the current rent is $2,000 monthly, and the average person, when they die, needs a GoFundMe. Same as politicians asking to GoFundMe, yet the poor are accused of handouts. As you hand out the scraps to the ones that put you in office, but watch this, we're about to swing low and ride that chariot to the polls. We're coming forth to carry us home because the swing vote swings in our favor. So boom! To keep this mouth and to hold from this day forward, for richer, for poor, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health, to death do us part. Do you promise to vote and do your part? I do. Get ready. We're ready. We're ready to make our mark.
Poor people were dying at a rate already of 800 people a day before COVID. You went to a...
All right, folks, we're here again at the Poor People's Mass Rally. Joined right now, Ben Chavez, of course, the President CEO, National Newspaper Public Association, Black Press of America, Reverend Mark Thompson, host of Make It Plain. Ben, I'll start with you. I'm going to start from a media standpoint. So this is the second year that we're here. Very few media was here last year. Fewer media here this time. We're on the media platform right here, and literally no CNN, no MSNBC, no Fox News, no ABC, no NBC, no CBS, none of those networks. This is also part of the problem when they ignore the poor, they ignore low income. It's going to be thousands here, and for them, it's as if this never existed.
Well, yes, I think this is not only a present-day problem, but a historic problem where the mainstream media doesn't look after the interests of the majority of America, particularly communities of color. All the networks should be here. Roland, I'm so glad that you're here because you have become our mainstream. Because the other mainstream does not serve our needs. And I just got a call into serious questions CNN for excluding the black press at the presidential debate. This is, again, a whole wave of exclusion, and it cuts across conservative, moderate, and liberal. No matter what place they're on the political spectrum, they disrespect the black press, black-owned press. And if you disrespect the black-owned press, you disrespect black America.
Mark, the whole point we're talking about is what's happening here. Literally, virtually no media here. And by mainstream media not being here, it shows exactly what their concern is. And to act as if this doesn't even exist today, to me, is utterly nonsensical.
Well, yeah, and thank you for having us, Roland, too. Not only that, they don't care about poor people. Bishop Barber is taking on the issue, the last issue Dr. King took on. And frankly, back then, a lot of people didn't want Dr. King to take on this issue. It's very, very difficult for people to get mobilized, but Bishop Barber has done that, and that's important. People are still on the debate, and it was funny, we led the way on that. We were on your show till 2 o'clock in the morning, and literally overnight, we saw how the perspective on the debate shifted. Everybody was in panic mode. By the time we got finished next morning, people had a wholly different thing. Even Biden must have watched it and got inspired and was a different person in North Carolina. So this is the place to be today. And this is not just in the context of just poverty in isolation. What Bishop Barber has shown us is that an enormous number of people who are living in poverty or suffering under low wages are not contacted or mobilized to vote. And so that can make a difference. So, frankly, as much as we may want to say, you know, Biden shouldn't drop out, he shouldn't. New York Times didn't ask Trump to drop out after 34 felonies. But the constructive criticism is Biden has got to recognize, and the Democrats have to recognize, that this is an untapped number of voters that they need to get behind and mobilize those voters. And at some point in the debate, poverty has to become an issue.
On that particular point there, Ben, again, what this is about is how do you mobilize, how do you organize, and I think what's also important here, what Reverend Barber and Reverend Liz Theo Harris are saying is, we're not going to wait for a party, we're not going to wait for billionaire donors, we have to do it ourselves, and this is what I keep articulating, how we have to operate. We cannot wait on them to reach us, we got to do it ourselves.
Exactly. Well, that's a very good point, Roland. Self-determination has to be from the bottom up, not from the top down. And I think what Reverend Barber has done with the poor people's movement is to include people who have been left out. And there are more people who have been left out than left in. And that's the power, potential power of this poor people's movement. I hope they have the largest voter turnout in 2024 of poor and low-wage people than ever before. And if we could change the Supreme Court, we could change what's going on in Congress, we could change what's going on in these state legislatures. So people have the power in their hand, but they got to use it. This is the time, everybody say, well, this is the most important election of our lifetime. I would say this is the most important election of all times. I mean, it's going down, but the black vote, the poor vote, the progressive vote can make a big difference.
Mark, we talk about, again, these elections. It's going to be on the margins. It's on the margins. When you look at Georgia, 11,000. Arizona, I think it was like 10,000. And so even when you talk about reaching these folks, when you talk about touching the poor, the low income, that's how you actually win. And so what Reverend Barber is talking about is getting low-income people to understand they actually can be the difference maker.
That's right. They can be the difference. And, again, all of us should understand that. You know, if we celebrate the King holiday and respect what he was trying to do, he said it on the steps of Montgomery State Capitol after March from Sumner, Montgomery. He talked about what happened right after Reconstruction and about how the working-class whites and poor whites and African-Americans just released from slavery, from enslavement, were coming together. And they did all they could to prevent that, because that white and black working class would have made a difference and perhaps would have prevented all of the things that set up the white middle class not going exclusively to them but going to us as well. They got the homestead loans. They got fair housing. They got Social Security. They got the FHA loans, the GI Bills, the things we didn't get. If we had come together, if they had not prevented us from coming together, maybe we would have gotten it. We know that was Abraham Lincoln's intention. And so until we can put this coalition back together, then we still aren't living out the true democracy of America. But even though they got those things, Brother Roland, and we got nothing, the clock has run out on the things they got, because economy keeps growing, but people's wages aren't growing. And the Supreme Court just decided yesterday, on the eve of this march, that homelessness itself is a crime. And so if people don't understand why we're here, that's why we're here. But for the grace of God, most of us sitting out here, most of us watching at home, are probably about 2 paychecks away from homelessness ourselves. That is not the way for a society to live. That's not the way for a civilization to live.
Absolutely. And again, this is not just about poor people. When they talk about low-income workers, yes, there are people who are making 20, 25, 30,000 who classify in that category. The other problem that you have is when you look at student loan debt, reaching $2 trillion. That's also a fundamental issue. And so this is where we need folk to understand which party, which candidate is speaking to you, which one represents your interest. And when Trump stands up, Ben, and says to rich folks at Mar-a-Lago, y'all did great with my tax cut, and I'm going to make sure y'all do great again, he is not talking to poor folks. He's not talking to low-income folks.
Yeah, Donald Trump is the worst threat to the existence of our communities. I think people in poverty, people low wages, they should be the largest voting vote going forward. I just think that Donald Trump is not just a future threat. Donald Trump is a present existential threat to our democracy. He's a threat to poor people. He's a threat to low-wage workers. And today represents the counterpoint that we have to out-mobilize, we have to out-organize, we have to out-vote the Trumpites who are against our interests.
Mark, I was saying to Reverend Dr. Chavis, in terms of when you look at candidates and policies, Trump has made it clear he is going to do what's right for his billionaires. And so, but people out there who are like, well, I don't know, I'm concerned about Biden, it comes down to who is going to speak to your economic interests. And so the reality is the Republican Party has made that perfectly clear. And so to me, it is not a hard choice. But what you've got is you've got folk who are caught up in personality. Oh, Donald Trump's strong. Well, you could be strong, and then you're going to end up broke.
Yeah. Well, like you said, we were on there the other night, you know, there's still this myth of John Wayne in America that people are attracted to. So if you're strong and you still lying, that's not right. You know, there used to be the saying when Reagan was in power that he could urinate in people's faces and tell them it's raining and they would believe it. That's what Reagan was able to do. And Trump did that. You and I were sharing an article this morning. You shared an article with me where Trump didn't even prepare because he doesn't care. He can just say whatever he wants to say, just go completely crazy up there, and there's no accountability for him because it really doesn't matter. He knows who his base is. He's locked in on that. He knows that the ball is in our court. Are we going to show up? Are we going to criticize each other? I mean, it's really amazing that people outside, people you and me know, say, well, Biden should drop out. And look at the New York Times and, oh, my God, he should drop out. Not one person in this whole country has written an opinion, gone on television, or said that a man with all these felony indictments, 34 of them he's found guilty of, should drop out of the race. He has a right. Well, he just is what he is. We got to accept that. But we always have to be the ones to turn the other cheek. And don't get me wrong, Biden has his issues. We all have very serious issues with him when it comes to Gaza. But most of us go to work every morning as black people, and we have to compromise because we still got to go to work and pay our bills. We don't even like the person we working for. And everything on the job is not perfect. But we don't say that, hey, I'm not going to pay my mortgage. So we got to understand that. Right. Brother got to hold up a Trump sign. F Trump, that's right. But Trump t-shirt. So in that same respect, if you can go to work, because most of us aren't working for ourselves like we should be. If we're working for somebody else's enrichment and they're not giving us the wages we deserve, but we still going to go to work every day, part of our job is to vote for somebody that is at least not going to take us all the way back to 1860. Biden is making some progress. But really, and I didn't say this the other night, when we vote in November, we're voting for who our opponent is. Who would we rather hold accountable? Just like the playoffs. If I'm a number 2 seed, I want to go up against in the first round a number 3 and number 4 seed. Number 2 don't want to go up against a number 1 seed. You don't want to go up against a higher seed. And right now, Trump is a seed that may be equal to us. You don't want to start the playoffs that way. Biden is somebody we can get to it, and we can hold him accountable.
On that point there, Ben, I often talk about that. If you say you want policy, the question then is, who can I actually talk to? Who can I communicate it with? The reality is Trump had no black senior administration officials, none. And so when people talk about, well, I want certain stuff, yeah, but you got to be able to at least get a meeting, have a conversation. And that's the thing that I keep telling people. What are the 3 things you care about? And then when you look at a candidate or a party, where do they stand? And who can you at least push, rally to try to get it? In many ways, for him, it ain't going to happen.
Yes. Well, I think that it's a total misrepresentation for the mainstream media to say that black men are supporting Trump. That's a big lie. I think everything we heard at the presidential debate was lies versus the truth. And I think we always have to stand for what's the truth. I think what Reverend Barber is doing, mobilizing the poor and low wage, that gives me great hope. I remember when Dr. King organized the Poor People's Campaign. People are raising questions. What does civil rights have to do with poor people? Civil rights has everything to do with poor people. Civil rights has everything to do with low wages. And that's why we're here today, to reclaim this nation, to reclaim our future, and to not be distorted by all these false prophets. I'm concerned with these Negroes that are paraded by the Trump people as representing black people. These people don't have no constituency. They're really a disgrace to the race for black people to pretend like that they're supporting Trump based on their constituency.
Absolutely. So it is going to be, again, it's about reaching the issues. So Mark Thompson, Ben Chambers, I appreciate it. We're going to go back to the main stage with Reverend Dr. William Barber right now.
As a nonviolent army of love and truth, we don't need to be an insurrection because we are a powerful resurrection. We are here today as America's and representing America's largest potential swing vote, poor and low-wage brothers and sisters who make this country work. Determined with our moral and religious, labor, social justice advocate allies, We are determined that it is time to rise up and say together, it is time to climb and take this nation to higher ground. And we stand in a long tradition, brothers and sisters. We gather here today 70 years after the U.S. Supreme Court declared that segregating children by race had no place in public education. It was not so much that 9 men, white men in black robes woke up, but it was that millions of Americans, white and black, rose up. And our nation's conscience cried that it was beneath the promise of the Constitution to inflict the stigma of race, that it was beneath the call of the scriptures that declares, out of one blood God has made all people. And so responding to that cry, the court ruled that school segregation was too low down for the high ideals that we needed to rise to higher ground. We are assembled here today 59 years after Martin Luther King Jr. said, the greatest fear of the greedy oligarch in this country was for the masses of black people and white people to form a voting bloc that could fundamentally shift the economic architecture of this country. And 56 years after Dr. Martin King was murdered by a spirit so poisonous that it would kill presidents, preachers, and possibility. But less than 3 months after his assassination, welfare rights women who had called for the Poor People's Campaign joined Coretta Scott King, and Coretta Scott King said to the nation that violence was far more pervasive than the murder of her husband. She said 56 years ago to a crowd gathered just like this, she said, I must remind you that starving a child is violence. Neglecting school children is violence. Punishing a mother and her family is violence. Discrimination against working people is violence. Ghetto housing is violence. Ignoring medical need is violence. And contempt for poverty is violence. And an apathetic attitude that refuses to deal with it is also violence. Ms. King joined poor people to call the nation to nonviolent moral public policy because anything less was too low down, and we needed to rise to higher ground. We agree today when we come here with Amanda Gorman, our nation's first youth poet laureate, when she wrote, we've begun the task of building a tower together, a tower not stacked with steel and stone, but heart and home. In my spirit, for the last few months, I've been singing a song, I'm pressing on the upward way. New heights I'm gaining every day. Still praying as I'm onward bound. Lord, plant my feet on higher ground. We come here today in a moment when too often meanness is the measure of public policy. And it is a way that is far too low down and beneath the vision of one nation under God. 135 million people, 140 million people struggling to survive with poverty and low wealth in the wealthiest nation in the history of the country is too low down for us to be satisfied. 800 people dying a day needlessly from poverty, 295,000 a year is too low down for us to be satisfied. A place where one study said that 350,000 people of the over 1 million people that died during COVID so far didn't die because of the virus. They died because of the lack of health care. That is too low down for us to be satisfied. When too many times people are having to choose between buying food and buying medicine, that is too low down to be satisfied. Cities where you can buy unleaded gas, but you can't buy unleaded water. That's too low down to be satisfied. A Supreme Court that says you can send somebody to jail for not having a home. You can send them to jail for sleeping. But then they turn around and say those with money can have unprecedented power in our election. That is too low down for a nation. A nation that can have an almost unanimous vote on spending more money for war and blowing up the world, but can't get a vote on healing bodies and healing broken communities and investing in poor communities and making sure people have health care in the Appalachians of the mountains of West Virginia, the deltas of Mississippi, the urban conclaves of the Bronx, and the tense territories of Tenderloin in San Francisco. Is too low down. And in this time, poor people, low-wage workers, religious leaders, and moral advocates, we join our voices today, hear us, America, to declare and commit that with protest and agitation in the street and litigation in the court and legislation in the suite and our massive swing vote in the ballot box, we will take this nation to higher ground. Now, there was a time when the watchword was woke, and rightly so. Folks said, you got to get woke. Folks have awakened to the realities of systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, denial of health care, the war economy, the false moral, religious and distorted narrative of religious nationalism and Christian nationalism, and the heavy finance weaponizing of our communities and the war economy. But my tradition also says it's not just enough to get woke. When you get woke, you got to get out of bed. We understand and must do what Hoosier and Mabel Staples sang in their protest song when they said, it's not the waking, baby, it's the rising. It's the ground of the foot uncompromising. It's not the foregoing of the lie. It's not the opening of the eye. It's not the waking. It's the rising. It's not the song. It's the singing. It's the heaven of human spirit ringing. It's the bringing of the line. It's the bearing of the lie. It's not the waking. It's the rising. That's why we cry power. And we declare today it's time for a rising. Not an uprising of violence and fear, but a nonviolent rising of poor people and low-wage people and their allies that can resurrect the possibilities of this democracy. There will be no democracy worth saving if it doesn't lift the lives of poor and low-wage people all over this world. This is not a moment. Say your neighbor, it's not a moment. This is a movement that must rise until we lift this land from the nation, from the bottom, so that everybody rises. And we know that it is time out for being easily defeated and easily turned off. It's time out for listening to the talking heads rather than mobilizing the massive turnout of our swing vote of over 87 million poor and low-wealth people in this country. It's time out for foolishness. We can't get stuck arguing about which candidate performs better on TV. Oh, no. We can't get stuck on which candidate can give the best insults. Oh, no. We can't get stuck on what color a candidate's hair is. Oh, no. We can't get stuck on who's touched what prostitute or what porn star. Otherwise, we got to go all the way back in history and come back again. No. And we can't get stuck on who has a slight disability or not. Because in my tradition, Moses stuttered, but he brought down Pharaoh. Jeremiah had depression, but he stood up for justice. Jesus was acquainted with sorrow. Harriet Tubman had epilepsy. Folk are getting caught up on how a candidate walks. Well, let me tell you, I have trouble walking, but I know how to walk toward justice. President Roosevelt did more than any president of this nation, and he couldn't walk at all. So we say to the media, this election is not about foolish things. It's about whether we will have a democracy. And it is not about one candidate. It is about the people mobilizing and organizing. And you will not drive us to despair. Because our agenda is not about left or right anyway. It's about right versus wrong. Our call is neither conservative nor liberal. It's a call to higher ground. where everybody belongs. We must rise until living wages lift us to higher ground. We must rise until health care for all lifts us to higher ground. We must rise until a commitment to fight climate catastrophe will lead us to higher ground. We must rise until there is equal protection of women for their bodies and their wages. We've got to rise until we stop our warring madness and find a way to build up the world rather than blow up the world. Like the prophet Moses, honored by Jews, Muslims, and Christians, led the people out of bondage of Egypt, it's time to rise. Like the dry bones in the valley of Ezekiel's vision, we've got to rise. Like the ancient vision of the prophet, when the stones that the builders rejected became the chief cornerstone of a new reality, we have got to rise. Like Rosa Parks rose, like a young Muslim cleric Malcolm rose when he embraced the universal vision of human rights. We've got to rise like Sister Dorothy Day rose when she declared a revolution of the heart. We have to rise like Mother Ella Baker rose when she said, give light to the people and they will find their way. We have to rise like our Latino brother Cesar Chavez rose and say, we're not going to work anymore until you pay us what we deserve. In every generation, there comes a time that everyday people have to rise and take the nation higher. Poor people make up 30% of the electorate now, 40% in every so-called swing state, battleground state. Poor people and low-wage workers are the largest swing vote in the country. Every state where the margin of victory was within 3%, poor and low-wage voters make up over 43% of the electorate. 1/3 of all poor and low-wage people live in the South. 60% of Republicans in Mississippi now want health care, even though the government blocks it. Because the pandemic has taught us that if you get sick, the disease doesn't kill a Democrat or a Republican, it just kills you dead. These elections are about policies. Say policies. Policies like, if you don't have a living wage and you can't pay your light bill, we're all black in the dark. If you can't hardly afford food, your children's stomachs don't growl South, they don't growl North, they don't growl Republican, they don't growl black, they don't growl white, they don't growl Asian, they growl hurt. Did you know in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, the total vote that determined the election for president in those states in North Carolina was 178,000. But in those same states, over 6 million poor and low-wage voters did not vote. And the number one reason they did not vote is they said nobody talked to them. Well, there comes a time when people don't talk to you, you got to make them talk to you. And that's why today we've decided to raise up thousands of activists across this country to touch 15 million poor and low-wage voters across this country that are infrequent voters. Today, we will be delivering a statement to every network to say, we don't care what kind of debate you have. If you don't have a debate that asks candidates where they stand on living wages and labor and health care, that's the failure. And the rest of our 17-point agenda. And we're going to deliver to every convention, Republican, Democrat, whatever it is, and say that if you want these votes, then you have to talk to us. Not about what you've done, but what you're going to do in the days to come, because our votes must rise. And so finally, my brothers and sisters, this is why we're a fusion movement. Look around. This is why we are black, rising. We are white, rising. We are native, rising. We are Asian, rising. We are Latino, rising. We are gay, rising. We are straight, rising. We are trans, rising. We are people of faith, rising. We are people who believe in the moral arc of the universe, and we are rising because what we have in common is that we've got power to take this nation to higher ground. We are rising for a better tomorrow, and it's our time. We are rising to shift the course of tomorrow. I have a friend that taught me that her father said, God may not do it today, but he'll surely do it tomorrow. We are God's tomorrow. And tomorrow starts right now. Now, at the end of that song, Mabel Staples said, that's why, Liz, we cry power. That's why we cry power. We cry power because everybody has a right to vote. And everybody has a right to live. And it's time to fulfill an agenda of love and hope and justice and truth-telling. It's time to rise. You are not just voters. You are leaders. You have been elected by history. You've been elected by what you've been through. Every tear, every hurt, every pain, every struggle, every tension, that gives you credibility to say to this nation, we cry power. Fear is too low down for a nation. Division is too low down for a nation. Babies starving is too low down for a nation. Workers not having a place to live is too low down for a nation. Having a recovery that leaves people still poor is too low down. It's beneath the call of God. And we cry power. God says, blessed are the poor. We cry power. God says, loose the chains of injustice. We cry power. God said the laborer is worth his hire. We cry power. God says, treat the least of these right. We cry power. And I stopped by to tell you that the extremists don't have enough political power to shut us down. They can't vote us away. They can't insult us away. They can't scare us away. They don't have enough money to buy us away. Somebody turn to your neighbor and say like Sheila, say, I'm here and I ain't going nowhere. And we've got power. Power. Our agenda has power. Our numbers have power. Our unity has power. We cry power. Nonviolent power. Justice power. Mobilizing power. Voting power. Organizing power. Power to make a difference. Power to make changes. Power to overcome the lies. Power to make a new society. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, we've got power. 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 Until one day we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Power. Power. Power to rise. Power to stand. Power. 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 Power.
We got power. Yeah. My. We got power, y'all.
Well, as Reverend Barber said, we got power. Joining us right now is somebody who's traveled all around the country with him on this effort, Jonathan Wilson Hartgrove. They have co-written a book. This is their new book right here, y'all. Y'all can pull the graphic up, too, called White Poverty, How Exposing Myths About Race and Class Can Reconstruct American Democracy. Jonathan, well, first of all, tell folks about the red letter Christians. What does that mean for people who don't understand what that means?
Well, thanks. It's good to be with you. Thanks for being here. The Red Letter Christian movement is a movement of Christians who take the things that Jesus said seriously. And we believe that we need to put in practice the quite radical vision that Jesus had for a movement of love and justice in this world. We got too many folks out here who are using Jesus' name to back and justify extremism. So Red Letter Christians have been trying to organize Christians around Jesus' vision of love and justice and mercy for everyone.
Well, it's a perfect example. So last weekend, Trump spoke at Ralph Reed's Faith and Freedom, whatever the heck they call it, And if you look at the agenda, ain't nothing on the agenda about the poor. There's nothing on the agenda about what Jesus talked about. And so they have long been pimping Jesus for their rich donors.
And they've gotten a lot of help from those rich donors, yeah. This movement that sociologists are describing today as Christian nationalism has been around for a long time, but it has been a concerted effort to organize extremism around religion instead of race since the end of the civil rights movement. And this movement, the Poor People's Campaign, has challenged religious nationalism from the very beginning because we realize that that movement and its influence on this country has harmed most of us, but has especially harmed poor and low-income people.
And not only that, when you see these conservative, white conservative evangelicals all across the country, I remember when y'all went down to, I think it was Liberty University,
Yeah.
And they sent out an email making it clear, if y'all step foot on that campus, y'all were going to be arrested.
And if the students came to our revival service, they were going to get disciplined. Yeah. Which is a level of fear that really dominates this movement, right? And I mean, we've seen the cracks over at Liberty since then. During that whole thing, Charlie Kirk, who was working with Liberty at the time, he challenged us to a debate about what Jesus said, and we said we would be glad.
I said, let's go.
I got on the phone with the provost of the university and said, let's talk about the details. And he started backpedaling. Well, not so sure, not so sure. So these are folks who want to use religion,
but they
don't want to talk about it.
Well, it's like a couple of weeks ago, Dave Rubin put out some tweet, I'm willing to debate somebody with a large following. I went, let's go. I ain't heard of Pete. And so again, they always want to challenge folks, and I also remember when, but they actually can't withstand the pressure. I remember when I was on CNN, and it was when Obama and McCain went to Rick Warren's church, and so they had me against Tony Perkins, and we started going at it, and I said, Tony, I'm sorry, you ain't used to having to debate somebody who knows the Bible as well. So I had to put him in check. Because what happens is on mainstream media, when they want to talk about Christianity, they always call these white conservative evangelicals or even black conservative evangelicals, but they never call progressive voices or people who truly understand what Jesus talked about.
And, it distorts not just the faith, but even people's understanding of what the majority of faith is in this country. The vast majority of people of all faiths don't support this religious nationalism, and the vast majority of Christians don't support Christian nationalism. So in some ways, it's a misnomer to call it Christian. And we're trying to make clear in this, very interfaith and broad movement that Christians have a place among many of our neighbors in this country to stand up for the things that Jesus cared about. That's what we're talking about here today.
We're going to do this here, so we're going to talk a little bit more about the book. We want to go to the stage because Reverend Liz Theo Harris is now speaking, so let's go back to the main stage.
We can abolish poverty and low wealth, and we must do it now. Now. For too long, we have been fed the lie of scarcity when we live in a world of abundance. For too long, we have been divided by race and nationality and immigration status and religion and issue area and sexuality and gender. For too long, the false narrative of religious and racial nationalism has blessed what is wrong and condemned what is right in the eyes of God and in the words of our Constitution. It is wrong for people to work for starvation wages. It is wrong to push millions of families off of health care. It is wrong for the highest court in the land to criminalize homelessness, to rule that you cannot breathe in public, on a bench, in your car, or in a park if you do not have a home. It's wrong to funnel billions and billions of dollars to war. For there to be a genocide and mass killing of children happening on our watch. It is wrong to deny women's rights, LGBTQ rights. indigenous rights, earth rights, for people to be ripped from their families, deported, or denied asylum. It is wrong for the world to be on fire and for corporations to stop us from saving this planet. And it is wrong for the powerful to deny responsibility for these injustices, to take the power away to pass policies, enact orders that lift from the bottom so that everybody can rise. But we also know what's right. It's right to feed people, to give them health care, to secure the right to vote, to respect the dignity of all work. It is right to cancel debts, to offer a home to everyone. What's right is to abolish poverty and low wealth. We as a nation, as a movement, are breaking through the lie that poverty and death are the will of God. We must break through the lie that some lives are more precious than others, that it's impossible to unite and organize for change, that only small changes, one issue at a time, are possible, or that the rich and the powerful are coming to save us. Instead, we join prophets throughout the ages who have declared that ignoring, that criminalizing the poor and protecting the rich is evil. The prophet Micah asks, "What does the Lord demand of you but to do justice, to love kindness, to walk humbly with your God?" Leviticus demands that we welcome the immigrant neighbor. Deuteronomy demands that nations forgive debts, that pay people a living wage, that organize policies around the needs of the poor. Isaiah demands that we stop passing laws that deprive the poor of their rights. Jeremiah, that the wealthy stop evicting people. John the Baptist demands that the military and ruling authorities, the police, stop killing the people, extorting money, spreading lies about others. And Matthew demands that religious leaders stop covering for those who divide and lie, and instead take the side of the poor and the bruised and the battered. You know, at times throughout history, it can seem impossible to realize justice. Sometimes we question, can change really happen? But before abolition, the slave power seemed insurmountable. But Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass and John Brown and millions of enslaved people organized and agitated and built the power to abolish enslavement. Before people fought and won and keep fighting and winning the right to vote, women's suffrage, civil rights seemed like it would never happen. Before low-wage workers and families organized and built power, people said we'd never win rights to wages or working protections or dignity. But when we as a people fight, we win. We win. Bottom-up struggles are the only thing that can be the transformation that we need. Those most impacted by injustice organizing together, mobilizing together, and voting together can force the changes that we know we need that will be good for everybody. Putting the poor at the center of our national politics and priorities, at the center of this fight for democracy, is what can save this nation. We say poverty no more. We demand justice for the poor. Because everybody's got a right to live.
Amen. Give it up. Say everybody got a right to live. And as we often say, when they came together, that's when change took place. When white folk and black folk and others and women and others came together, I want y'all to look back and see the thousands. You can see signs all the way back. Those of you in the back, scream. Y'all hear them? Wow. Now at this time, Hannah Broom is, come on up. You all come on up. And we want you to know that religious leaders are going to come and set a tone. And then we're going to hear from, the whole point of this is for the nation to hear from impacted people.
All right, folks, we're going to continue our conversation with Jonathan Wilson Hartgrove. Again, he is the co-author of this book with Reverend Dr. Barber, White Poverty. Jonathan, walk us through this, because when y'all say exposing the myths about race and class, how that can reconstruct American democracy, the main thesis of this book.
Well, a white man and a black man writing a book together about white poverty can be confusing. We don't want anybody to think that we're trying to turn away from race. What we're trying to do is help people understand where race came from and why. So race was created in this country and created to prop up a system that required dividing really working people, right? I mean, we know the story of slavery, but there were also lots of white folks who had a lot in common with white folks in early Virginia, and who, as a matter of fact, threatened the power structure early on.
So folks who don't understand, when Reverend Dr. King, Martin Luther King Jr. gave his speech after the Selma Montgomery March,
65, yeah.
He referenced a particular book that laid that out, where the Bourbon class
That's right.
said, oh, no, we can't have these poor white folks and these free people of African descent aligning together. Yeah. And then he specifically said how they used media to drive Jim Crow and to create that wedge.
That's right.
Because the Bourbon class, the plantation owners, the rich folks, they feared poor whites aligning with free slaves, because people need to understand, every time you've seen the rights that black folks have fought for, poor whites have benefited economically.
That's right. And, as a white person, it's critically important for me to get that message to my community, because there's a stream of lies that say if somebody else gets, you're going to lose.
Right.
And that's just not historically accurate. The Reconstruction efforts after the Civil War that created, Freedmen's hospitals for black folks in the South who had no access to health care, also gave access to poor white people who had not had access to health care. Same with education. Same with wages after the Civil Rights Movement, right? When black folks' wages came up in the South, white folks' wages actually went up more. So the lie is used to split people, but coalitions like the one that are here today are people who see through that and who are coming together to say, we've got to lift from the bottom and raise this country for everyone.
Are you seeing people in Kentucky, in West Virginia, in Alabama, in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Georgia, in many of these places, are they getting it? Are they understanding it? And how difficult has it been trying to penetrate what has been generations of misinformation?
So I think, yes, the answer is yes. And I think another myth that we have to dispel in this country right now is the myth that says that white people vote against their own interests. Because as a matter of fact, most white folks, poor white folks out there in these places where we're talking to people, they get it immediately. But they tell us we're not voting because there's nobody who's promising something that would really offer an alternative to this. So the strategy of this campaign to reach out to 15 million low-income voters who have not participated often in the past, that strategy is based on our genuine belief that people do get it. What we have to do is build something that lifts up this agenda to the point where politicians have to speak to it. And when they do, as we saw in eastern Kentucky when Beshear ran for governor out there in 2019, people did show up. And it was actually white folks in rural eastern counties that gave him the margin. Now, he didn't win those counties, but it was enough to win the state.
There you go.
And that made the difference.
There you go. And again, for people who don't understand, this ain't easy because you've got, in a lot of these places, people don't realize, a significant number of conservative radio stations. And you've got Fox News, you got conservative digital outlets who are pounding them with they're taking from you. The great replacement theory. Oh, they're coming to take your jobs. And it's all about scare tactics.
Yeah. And these are people who are hurting, right? So they're trying to understand why they're hurting. You know, they have experienced the destruction of unions. They have experienced the fact that we haven't raised the minimum wage since 2009, and that you can't live on it anywhere in this country, you know, even in places where prices aren't as high as our cities. So people are hurting, and the extremists are giving them, you know, a theory for why they're hurting, which is why it's extremely important that people who have real policy answers stand up and say, no, there's actually another reason why you're hurting, and there's something we can do about it. That's what this movement is about, bringing people together to say there are very concrete policies that we've seen can make a difference. I mean, just to take one example from the pandemic, everybody saw the difference that it made when, for, you know, a year, this Congress back here passed an expanded child tax credit and said, we're going to make sure you get it, not at the end of the year, but every month. They saw that money in their banks, and they know the difference that makes. What we want to say is that is the kind of thing that a coalition like this can make possible with new leadership and with people who have majorities that can get policies passed.
All right, then. Well, again, for folks, it is called White Poverty, How Exposing Myths About Race and Class Can Reconstruct American Democracy. Again, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, Jonathan Wilson Hartgrove. Check him out. Follow Jonathan on social media. They are doing the good work out there. And, man, it's always good to see you. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Of course. Come on now.
You need it in this, son.
Come on. Well, see, when you're born and raised in Texas, you understand the heat.
That's right.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Bless you, brother.
All right, folks. We're going to go back to the main stage now to hear more of these religious leaders.
This morning with some questions about what it means to live in this democracy we call the United States of America. What it means to be a person of faith and watch as the poor are robbed and taken advantage of just because they are poor. I have some questions that echo civil rights leader Fannie Lou Hamer, who was one of the architects of the 1964 Freedom Summer Project in Mississippi, who asked, is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off the hooks because our lives be threatened daily because we want to live as decent human beings in America? And here we are 60 years later with our lives still being threatened. While our telephones aren't off the hook, they are sending us alerts and messages that our lives are threatened. When black people have a lower life expectancy than white people by 5 years, our lives are threatened. When black people are more likely to be uninsured and unable to afford health insurance, our lives are threatened. When the mortality rate of pregnant black women is 3 times that of white women. When white households have more than 9 times the wealth of black households, and the percentage of black folks living below the poverty line in this country is almost double their white counterparts. The question is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave? Well, I just want to say that today we can do it together. We can make this truly the land of free and home of the brave.
Thank you so much. Brothers and sisters, as you come as clergy, I want to remind you that we're asking you to deal with your theology. You don't have to deal with all the policy. The people that are the result of the policies are going to speak. Your job is to set the moral foundation. What does your faith say about why we ought to be here? Please adhere to that, because it's important, because we have to combat this heresy of Christian nationalism, right? Amen. So we know the policies. What we need to know is, what does your faith say? What does the word say? What the Lord say from your perspective? And it's 1.5 minutes. Please stop at 1.5 minutes, because we got a lot of impacted people, and if it doesn't happen, we're going to change it and put the impacted people on up. All right?
Good morning, my brothers and sisters. I am the Reverend Terry Hord Owens, and I'm honored to serve as the General Minister and President for the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ in the United States and Canada. As a Christian minister, I'm here, and we are here because we are informed by the teachings of Jesus to love God, to love your neighbor as yourself. And one of the epistles in the New Testament tells us that love is an action word. You can't just talk about it, you have to do it. And that means what I want for others is the same thing I want for myself. A living wage, health care, safe and affordable housing, quality schools that don't depend on my zip code. This love means that I want to ensure that there's a safety net so that no one needlessly suffers. This love means that I stand on the assurance of the God that I serve, that there is enough. This God is a God of abundance and not of scarcity, and too often we hear that what we want is too costly. But I argue that if we claim to be a moral and just society, we can make the right decisions to ensure the flourishing. Let's be the nation we say we are. Let's be the church we say we are. There is enough.
I'm Teresa Llewellyn, and I am an Episcopal deacon serving in the Episcopal Diocese of Virginia at a church in Alexandria, Virginia. Episcopalians follow the teachings and example of Jesus, who commanded us to love our neighbors as ourselves. Jesus taught us to feed the hungry and to stand up to the empire to eradicate hunger. Jesus taught us to care for the poor and to do justice, including advocating for policies that provide for just living and wages and for housing. Everyone has a right to live. Our baptismal covenant calls us to strive for justice and peace and respect the dignity of each person, no matter who they are, what they look like, where they are from, how much they earn, where they live, or who they love. This is not negotiable if we are to live our promise to act as Jesus calls us. We will not be silent or stop working until poverty is ended and all people have the same fundamental rights that God created each and every one of us to have. We want to realize God's dream of beloved community.
Good morning. I am Reverend Wayne Wilhelm, Tri-Chair for the state of North Carolina. The Bible has declared that we should love mercy and do justice and walk humbly with our God. The prophets came not only to share the word of God with us, but to let us know that we had power within the word of God, that we have a voice within the word of God. And we've come to gather today to remind these people that we will not accept poverty being the fourth leading cause of death in this country. But as faith leaders, we realize that the Bible reminds us that there is a great cloud of witnesses, that we do not stand by ourselves but on the shoulders of so many others. So we stand with the ancestors today. We stand with that great cloud of witnesses today. And as faith leaders, we stand on our deepest religious and moral values and all of our sacred texts. Admonish us to take care of the poor, the women, and the children.
Good morning, Washington, D.C. Good morning, Poor People's Campaign. I'm Reverend Michael Neuroth, the Director of the United Church of Christ office here in Washington. I'm honored today to represent my beloved church, and I bring greetings from our General Minister and President, Reverend Dr. Karen Georgia Thompson. We as the UCC stand as over 800,000 loud and proud as a church working for love, justice, peace, equity, freedom, and yes, choice. Can I hear choice? Yeah! We are an economically diverse, multiracial, multicultural, open and affirming, immigrant, refugee-loving, accessible to all community with a mission to build a just world for all. As the UCC, we welcome all, we love all, we seek justice for all, For us, as for the Poor People's Campaign, all means all. Can I hear an amen? As followers of Jesus Christ, the low-wage worker and Palestinian Jewish rabbi, we are called to stand for the poor and with the poor, the outcast and marginalized, to expand our sense of, to include the low-wage workers, the immigrant, the disabled, the drag queen, the child in Gaza, those of every hue, orientation, and culture. To see us all as beloved in God's sight. As William Barber and others are going to say today, we are a resurrection. And like the Resurrection City encampment in Washington, D.C. in 1968, we need to shock the conscience of this nation. Let us proclaim that black, poor, trans, immigrant, Palestinians, all of us are beloved by God. Amen?
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I'm Sheila Katz, CEO of National Council of Jewish Women. Kavod habriot, the dignity of every human, is one of the most sacred commandments in Jewish scripture. Dignity, first and foremost, not just for the wealthy and well-connected, but for all people. We refuse to be complacent in the face of injustice. Today is Shabbat, the Jewish people's holy day of rest and prayer. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel famously talked about praying with his feet when marching alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Today, while many in the Jewish community are praying in synagogues, and many prayed right here before this started, we are also here, arm in arm with our friends, to pray with our feet, with our legs, with our wheelchairs, with our bodies, and with everything we have to bend the moral arc of the universe toward justice, to end the plague of poverty and systemic oppression in America. May we continue marching together toward a more holy world we create with love, with peace, and with justice. Amen.
Secretary of the National Council of Churches. NCC is here today. We are on the ground. They are faith leaders and church members from our diverse denominations who have come to declare that they are committed to collaborate for justice and equity. We are standing here today as a testament to human dignity, a united force against oppression, poverty, and inequality. We must remember that our strength lies in our unity, our resilience, and our unyielding spirit, pressing forward and not stepping back. The system tells us that we are forgotten, that our struggles are invisible, that our voices don't matter. But you being here today and watching online tells the system that in no uncertain terms we rise as one. We have a right to be seen, a right to be heard, a right to live with dignity, and a right to a living wage. We are here today to fight for our share, better housing, and quality public education. We fight against the criminalization of poverty, systemic racism, and an economy that benefits the few at the cost of the many. Thank you, Bishop William Barber, for bringing the nation's attention to poverty and low-wage earners. The National Council of Churches is here today to amplify your voice so that our voice becomes votes and our voices becomes law. Let us continue to unite and work until victory is won.
Thank you, Bishop Vasti McKenzie and the National Council of Churches. I'm Alvin O'Neill Jackson, convener of faith leaders, along with the Reverend Dr. Hannah Broom. We come today in the spirit of Frederick Douglass, said, I prayed for my freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs. We come today praying not just with our lips and words, but with our legs and work, our organizing, our strategizing, our mobilizing, our collective action. And we come in the spirit of the foreigner, the stranger, the immigrant woman who came to Jesus with a daughter who was gravely ill without health care coverage. And she wouldn't let Jesus go even when Jesus was tempted to treat her less than a human, even calling her something like an illegal alien. But she wouldn't let him go until he healed her daughter. She said, I'm going to holler until you do something for my child who's at death's door. I'm going to holler until I get what I need. Anybody here know how to holler? Sometimes we got to holler until we get what we need. Sometimes we got to break the rules of decorum and holler. Sometimes business as usual will not do. Moderation won't do. Timidity and tentativeness is not in order. And so we come today in the spirit of Douglas, the spirit of the immigrant woman. We come today praying with our legs, and we come with a holler. The first holler will be the Reverend Jimmy Hawkins, the Presbyterian Church, USA. Reverend Hawkins. Hi, I'm here representing the Presbyterian Church. I'm the advocacy director for the Washington Office of Public Witness and also the UN office. The Presbyterian Church is a Matthew 25 church. And we have made a dedication that when you are hungry, we will feed you. But not only that, so that you can have a living wage and you can feed yourself. We are a Micah 6 church. We believe that we are called to love justice. We are an Amos 5 church. We want to let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. We are a church who believes in people, in a God who loves people, regardless of how much money they make, where they come from, or what they look like, because we are all made in the image and likeness of our God.
I am Reverend Carolyn Foster.
All right, folks. As I told you, the people who are all around the country who are coming from here. So y'all came from Louisiana?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah. We're from St. John the Baptist Parish. St. John the Baptist Parish.
So why'd y'all want to be here?
We wanted to support people. We wanted people to vote. Yes, we wanted to make sure we were the voice of the people.
We wanted to make sure we were here for this monumental moment.
Yes.
I've honestly never been to anything like this. I cried earlier when I heard the choir. Like it's a moment to be a part of, right? And with me being so young, it's like, you know, I'm making history. I can go and tell my kids, like, hey, I've been teaching all this time, and this is what I did when I was your age. So it's a moment. It's a moment.
Y'all also have a lot of work to do there because there were a lot of people who sat the election out. Now you got MAGA Jeff Landry as the governor and doing all sorts of different things. And, you know, we kept talking about it. Gary Chambers often talk about it. And for a lot of people who just said, well, I'm going to stay home on the couch, now they're realizing what happens when you stay home on the couch.
Right. And that's why it's called the swing vote. We have to make our voices heard. We have to.
I also work voters registration. So a lot of times they call me in like, hey, can you help us with they have early elections that make it easier, to make it convenient for you, and people still don't come out. And it saddens me every time I work my shift because it's like, where is everybody? We need you. So I don't know, but we got to make a change. That's why I'm here. I can tell other people I've been here. I can tell my voters registration, hey, what do we need to do to get this out to let people know this is going on so that they can come out and vote.
Well, the Deltas have, and
y'all are active for sure.
The River Parish Deltas have started calling people. We have started this calling line where we're calling for social action to make sure we ask them to vote, ask them to remember to vote. We're even going for the elderlies and actually bringing the papers into them to sign up. So we are doing things in the community. The Deltas definitely are, to make sure to ensure that we are moving our community in the right position, in the right movement for everybody.
And the teachers union too.
And
we had to do a telethon. At the last meeting we had in Baton Rouge, we had to do a telethon. So we're working. We're working.
Well, we appreciate it. Y'all keep working. So now I know you came out. You wanted a photo. So I know. Hold on one second. I got you. Hold on. You hold this right here. You hold it right there for me, bro.
In Washington, D.C. So we probably have a Bible lesson. We go forward, one step back, and down go through the champagne and go anywhere. We're going to stand in the national capital and all across the country.
I appreciate appreciate it.
I'm so glad that you're here, but obviously you would be here. Thank you.
There you go. All right. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Would you do me the same favor?
Come on. I got it.
I represent those who have been forced into poverty. We have degrees and we have work ethics and work experience, but our government is not allowing us to work.
Say it again.
I represent those who are pushed into poverty.
Mm-hmm.
We have degrees, we have work experience, we have work ethics, but our government chose to use us as research subjects instead, and they want to see how we make it on nothing.
Where are you from?
I'm from Columbia, Tennessee.
Okay.
Reverend Dr. Millicent Black.
All right. And so y'all down there mobilizing, organizing?
Absolutely. All around the nation we're mobilizing.
Well, we definitely need y'all to make some changes in Tennessee.
We want them to continue the changes. They had a bill in the House in March to stop the intelligence agencies from being able to use our FBI in just intelligence gathering rather than researching criminals. And so the bill disappeared. So we're praying to get that bill back.
Okay. All right. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not trying to be interviewed. I'm just trying to say hello.
Hey,
Joanne Lyons.
what's going on? What's happening? You chilling?
Not this year. but I'm here. And I want you to meet my granddaughter.
All right. How you doing?
This is Camille Davis.
Camille, Roland Martin. Good to meet you.
A very important journalist.
Good to meet you. All right. Good to see you.
You take a picture with her?
Come on. Elise, let's do this here. Let's go back to the main stage, and then I'm going to do some other interviews down the park. All right, cool.
Good morning. I am Reverend W.G. serving Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Bethesda and representing Hindus for Human Rights. I bring greetings from our UUA President, the Reverend Dr. Sophia Betancourt. Our Unitarian Universalist faith centers love and compels us to raise our voices, recognizing the inherent worth, dignity, divinity, and rights of every person. My Hindu faith rejects the false worship of broken systems to pursue justice and equity. In the Hindu sacred text, the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna calls Arjuna to say, whenever righteousness declines and unrighteousness rises, I manifest to reestablish dharma, righteousness. That tells us that God is an active participant in and through our lives, siding with the oppressed and calling us not to be silent anymore, to show up and struggle for what is right and just. So let us be a dharmic resurrection. Let us take this nation to higher ground, forward together.
Not one step back. Thank you. Kevin Hooker.
I am Reverend Amari Bernard Hooker, Southeast Jurisdiction Coordinator for Black Methodists for Church Renewal, Southeastern Advocacy Chair for Advocacy in the United Methodist Church. I am a South Carolina Tri-Chair and the faith representative. I stand here today on behalf of the people of South Carolina, rural South Carolina, that live in food deserts, education deserts, and live in a system of have-nots. You got to understand that my faith community and my faith tradition is still fundamentally social justice and social advocacy. I want you to know that morally we are tired. Matter of fact, we're damn tired of political foolishness, economic faithlessness, and the we'll fix it later mentality when it comes to our schools, our hospitals, and our roads. That's why in South Carolina, our churches and faith leaders are mobilizing to get out and vote and wake the sleeping giant.
Hi, y'all. My name is Gabriela Martinez, and I stand with you today as an employee of the Franciscan Action Network and the proud daughter of a migrant. Francis Sinclair cared about justice, peace, and the integrity of creation, as we are all children of God, no matter your color or where you live or how much money you make. So I will
try to speak to all of our inner children as I tell you a personal story that I think all of us can relate to. I grew up in the industrial suburbs of Pennsylvania. I have vivid memories of playing in my daycare's playground, distracted by an awful smell in the air. And by the time I was 7 or 8, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. I moved to rural Ohio trying to escape. Every day on my way to school, we had to drive by 2 large petrochemical plants whose pervasive fog was so thick that even if your lights were on, you could not see any cars in front of or behind you. And it smelled so rotten that I would count the minutes holding my breath. Not long later, I was diagnosed with a thyroid disorder. I grew up and I moved to Virginia, where the Great Potomac River has coal ash dumped into it, and my partner and I live again just across the street, but this time from a Superfund site. My whole life, I've been running only to find that there is nowhere to run in this country that is not contaminated by the disease of injustice. Meanwhile, a 3-month supply of my insulin that is medically necessary retails at $1,600. At the federal minimum wage, someone with diabetes had to work 28 days full time. And the child in me screams, why? The child in me screams, when? And the child in me screams, how? And then I look at all of us, and I know that we're the solution to our problem. Vote together!
All right, folks, so we're over here. So as you can see, we're walking this way. Y'all, come on. So you have, now granted, we're outdoors. Come on, keep walking. I need you to keep walking. So we're here, of course, over here. It's a warm day, and so you see the shot right there. You see the folks who are similar over there. Turn around there. Do a shot there. So they're over there, of course. No cover or anything like that. You see right here a number of the folks with SEIU. They are just coming. So you see them in their traditional purple shirts, and so they're here as well. And so it is a warm day. So you got folks over here who are over here under the trees, staying cool. So we're gonna go over here. How you doing? So we're gonna go over here and chat with some folks and chat with them. And so they're here. Addressing and prioritizing. Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, what's happening? Y'all good? All right. Why was it important for y'all to come out here?
Unpopular and expensive.
We got my sons here with autism. Everybody's got a place in this culture. I want politicians that are going to work for everybody. Doesn't matter your status, doesn't matter your wealth.
Who has a different set of priorities?
All right. How about you?
Over 1,000 scriptures speak to God's concern. I'm here just to advocate for justice. The needs and the dignity of
that's all you got to do. That's simple. Absolutely. I appreciate it. How you doing? Okay, you were fully laid out here. I'm like it's like taking a nap.
How are you? No. I'm a part of the Poor People's Campaign. I've done this before with previous mobilizations. I'm just really disgusted with where our democracy has gone, and I think that people need to come together across racial lines, across economic lines, and stand up for the truth and justice.
All right, where you from?
I'm from D.C., from Washington, D.C.
All right.
I'm also organizing substitute teachers in Washington, D.C., and because we are part of the low-wage workers. And so anytime I can stand up with and come together with other unions and other people of faith, I'm here.
I appreciate it. All right, then. How you doing? How's it going?
I'm good.
What brings you out here?
You and the poor people. Thank you for all you do. God bless you.
I appreciate it.
I honor you, and we need more people like you speaking for us.
I appreciate it.
You always speak truth. You give it so hard and straight, and I thank you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Can I get a picture?
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Now, we're here today. To the folk in the back, let me holler at you. Y'all holler at the folk all the way back there.
There you go.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go back here. How y'all doing? All good? What brings you out here?
I've been part of the Poor People's Campaign for many years and been making
making a documentary about it. This is the first time I'm here without a camera, and we want to leave a better world for our baby, one with healthy air and water.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. How y'all doing? Good. What brings you out here? It's me.
Reverend Barber.
Martin Luther King brings me out here, and that's what this robe represents.
That's right.
Now I know you warm.
Yeah.
I'm also allergic to the sun, so blocks the sun.
There you go.
But
you need some of those UV that we do on the golf course.
But I'm here because I believe that we need to support each other as people, and everyone needs to show up and stand up. And I'm here to show up and stand up for my siblings in the world.
How about you?
I'm here because it's the right thing to do.
All right. And you?
Moral imperative.
All right, cool. I like that hat too. Good to see y'all as well. Y'all be well. What's up, frat? All right. Absolutely. How you doing? How you doing? I'm all good, just chilling. What brings you out here?
Well, you know, I work with the Poor People's Campaign.
I got you, right.
Yes. So I'm always happy to be out here.
You said staff. I got you.
Yeah. Out here working, and there's a work to be done. This country is like, you could be depressed, but why be depressed when you can go out here and work and actually raise your voice and make a difference?
All right, then. Well, sounds great. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right. So, as I said, y'all, it's a little warm today. So you see, you got folks sort of staying in the shade here. And so you got folks who are all the way down here as well. And so when you see this shot here, normally you would have people all along that street right there. But it's quite uncovered. So, again, you got a great crowd out here. You still have buses coming. When we talked to Reverend Barber on Tuesday, they had about 200 or some odd buses that were organized coming all around the country. So people are still coming, and so we're going to keep covering this. So let's do this here. At least let's go back to the main stage. Reverend Dr. William Barber is still speaking.
Don't y'all go in there. Solidarity, that's what union say. Everybody say solidarity means together. Solidarity means we stand together. All right, put it up. That's solidarity. Put it up. Solidarity means we vote together. All right. Take us to solidarity.
Before we do solidarity, I want you to take a look at this choir. These are not just singers who came to sing for this event, for this gathering. On this stage, there are 15 states represented. And these are all people who are part of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, impacted people who are raising their voices for justice. Let's give them a hand. This song was written by Sauda Aishe, and it's called Solidarity. Let me hear you say solidarity.
The United Methodist Church has been slow in addressing the issues of urban ministry, has been slow in addressing the issues of people who are poor and low wage. So I'm glad to meet you.
All right, glad to be here.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Fred. All right, thanks so much. Yeah.
You need to interview the pastor. You need to come to Trenton and do an expose on housing in Trenton and how we're
it parallels the issues, the maladies in the city of Newark. Newark was voted the worst city to live in by Forbes. There's a reason for that, and they just scratched the surface. It's much deeper than what you believe. Do the two interviews.
I got you. Can you take a picture of me and my friend, please?
How you doing? Come on. Camera.
Give me a picture.
I got it real quick.
I'm over here working and I see you. Hold on. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, look up. Honey, I'm
All right, folks, just walk with me here. So as you can see, so the main stage is down this direction right here. And so what's happening here, so you see a lot of the workers, you see the people who are coming in. So they're actually coming down this street right here. They got them routed through this street. And so you see this is another group of SEIU workers who are coming from across the country. And so they're all coming down this main aisle here. And so what we're going to do here, we're going to sit here and wait till they come down here and chat with them. But a lot of people, you can sit and tell they're going to stay. So slide right here. I'm going to grab them right here. So you're going to shoot this way. Meet you right here. There you go.
I want to ask all those that are down the street, by the tens of thousands, we understand we're going viral on the internet.
Here we go.
It's blowing up everywhere. Millions of people are tuning in.
All right, how y'all doing? All right, where y'all from?
Staten Island.
Huh?
Staten Island, New York.
Staten Island?
Staten Island.
How you doing? And so, why is it important for y'all to be here?
Because we all need to support each other.
Yes. Because they died, we're going to live.
All right then, good seeing you.
All the kids.
How you doing? All good? Where you from?
Staten Island, New York.
All right then. So y'all got a whole crew from Staten Island.
Yes, you do.
All right then. Appreciate it. So, as you see, you got a number of course, organizations out here. Like I said, you got SEIU, you got AFL-CIO, you got CWA, you got AFSCME. So you got a number of the folks who are here. And so, as I say, more people are coming here to stand with the poor and low-income workers today. And as I say, their goal is to reach 15 million people across the country. So you need boots on the ground to make that happen. And so that's just critically important to do that. And so unions play a critical role. We are seeing an expansion of union membership across the country because a lot of people now are really focused on, of course, they're focused on bargaining rights. They're focused on being able to collective bargaining. And so all of these things are happening right now. And so that's one of the reasons why they are here. And so we're going to be talking to more of the folks who are out here, chatting with them. So we'll do that. And so let's take it back to, actually, so they're doing a transition now on the stage here. And so we're going to, of course, how's it going? How's it going? All good. So we're going to be chatting with more folks in a second here. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, sir. I follow you.
I appreciate it.
I like your input. I'm from New York.
Where in New York?
Bronx, New York.
Okay.
SEIU, as you can see.
Oh, yeah, no, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. I think you need a little bit more SEIU gear.
Yes, I do. I love your program.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Why was it important for you to be out here?
To fight for justice, to fight for a right to vote, for what our ancestors died for, and don't take it for granted, and make sure Trump doesn't get back in office.
All right. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, keep giving hell.
Yeah, we will.
Man. Take care.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Elise, let's take it back to the stage, Elise.
So first, I'm going to invite Rosia Sayans, the Secretary Treasurer of the Service Employees International Union.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Solidarity is power. Solidarity. We can hear you. Solidarity. So we want to just say how much we appreciate this event today. On behalf of the 2 million members of SEIU, many who are here today, 1139 UHE, 1139 New England, 32 BJ, Healthcare Illinois, Healthcare Pennsylvania, Local 73, United Southern Workers, Local 500, 512, Local 400. We are here joining in unity, solidarity, and power. SEIU is happy to partner with Poor People's Campaign and with other groups, and we labor to end poverty wage once and for all. And we together, we're going to march to the polls in November. And we are here today because we know this event, this gathering is very important for the time we are living here in the history of our nation. We know how much is at stake in this election, because this year election is about our democracy, it's about our economy, and it's about our future. We're ready to elect leaders who will stand with us. Our votes are our demands for a better future. We won't be distracted or divided by extreme right wings attacks on immigrants, on people of color and women, because when we vote, when we organize, when we come together in power, forward together, juntos adelante, ni un paso atrás, juntos adelante, ni un paso atrás. I'm pleased to join by Priscilla Hall, airport worker of North Carolina, who's here with me at the stage, and she's active and working, making sure that she's joining all of us in this election. Welcome, Priscilla.
Hello, DC. I am so excited to be here today to stand in solidarity with our poor people campaign and all our working people. My name is Priscilla. I am a lead cabin cleaner at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. My job is to clean, search, and make the planes completely clean and safety for all our passengers. Most of them fly with American Airlines. Despite being essential air travel, airport service worker like myself, we aren't respected for the work we do, for the struggle we provide for the families, to be safe for our families with our wages. As a single mama, it breaks my heart that I can't provide the life I want for my children. I'm sorry, guys. It makes me emotional even say that. I have to make so many sacrifices just to barely scrape by, paycheck to paycheck, just to keep a roof over my family's head. I don't even know what a vacation is. Honestly, coming here was my first time flying on American Airlines. Yes, that do mean I cannot afford to fly, me or my family. Every day we hear from passengers about all the travelers they do and where they visit. They don't know what we go through. They don't know what it means for us to not be able to take time off and go to the Bahamas or even Disneyland. It makes me angry to say that I have to live like this and my coworkers have to live like this while the CEO of American makes $15,000 an hour. I'm out here today because I'm sick and tired of helping American Airlines bring in millions of dollars to revenue while I struggle each and every day. I'm also sick and tired of seeing all the working people here today across all the industries struggling off of poverty wages and being left behind. Enough is enough. Right. I thank you.
Come on, all the workers, make some noise. Oh, come on, all the workers out here, make some noise. My name is Keith Buller, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Union of Southern Service Workers. We are workers that are coming together all across the South in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama to stand up and fight back, because when worker rights are under attack, what do? That's right, that's right. I know all of us are out here just for a moment out here in this heat. But each and every day there are workers that are working in this heat, that are forced to work in this heat without air conditioning, without proper protections from this heat. They're walking into work one way and they're being carried out on a stretcher the other way. All because the negligence of these corporations that's refusing to provide basic needs like a cool place to be at or water. A cool place to be at or water. These are the things that we're providing for us here, so we know that these billion-dollar corporations, they have enough money to do it. Am I right? But the only way that they're going to do it is if we continue to come together, standing up, speaking up, being out there on the strike line, and also being out there on the ballot box. Am I right? Before I came out here, they said the South got something to say, and I want y'all to know that workers are standing in the South on the strike line.
When I say wake up, y'all say rise up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. All right, my name is Shay Parker. I'm a union leader with USSW out of Columbia, South Carolina. I am a former Waffle House employee of 23 years, current cashier at a gas station, and I am standing here because right before my trip, I actually got carried out on the stretcher due to heat exhaustion. Dizziness, sweating, nauseous, only for my boss to tell me she's been there all day and it was okay. That is not okay, and it's not right, it's not fair. We dealt with heat and safety issues last year at Waffle House. We went on strike. Our demands were not met. This has to stop. If we don't take action as a whole collectively, they're going to keep mistreating us, making their billions of dollars. It is not right. So if y'all are tired, get with a union and get collective. We arm in arms, stand together, fight back. Stop being content with the life that you live. It's not fair. We don't want to be conservative. We want to be comfortable. So y'all get with a union. Get with the organizer. Reach out. So follow us on all social media platforms. Do what you need to do to help us help all of us make a change. We want to go back to our families just like they go back to their families. We don't want to live in a big house. We just want to live in a house.
That's right. That's right, Shay. Now, what everybody says, our brother comes up, I want y'all to look at the diversity, and I want the media to see the diversity that's going to come through the rest of these workers. But at the end of every workers, I want y'all to shout something. We are the swing vote. Can y'all do that? Because, see, they don't think that, but there are 87 million poor and low-wage workers, 30 million that did not vote, infrequent. If just 20% of those vote in any state, they can change the outcome of that state. Say, we are the swing vote. And we've got power.
Hello, everyone. My name is William Kale. Hello, everyone. My name is William Kale. I'm a member of the Poor People's Campaign in Massachusetts and a delegate of 1199 SEIU. And also a delegate of the Greater Boston Labor Council. I am excited to be here with you today, accompanied by my three youngest daughters. My three youngest daughters, Yaviana, who is 14, Grace, who is 11,
all right.
And Destiny, who is 9. They're over that way. It's their first time in Washington, D.C. I was on the streets on my own from the time I was 4 and in the DSS system from the time I was 8 until 17. My family's situation was so tough, I knew I was better off alone in the streets than at home. Violence, alcohol, and abuse of all kinds, caused in large part by poverty, was the main reason for my family's situation. I know what it's like to experience poverty, to sleep outside, to not know where my next meal is coming from. We are here to ensure that others don't have to know how that feels. I am determined to do everything in my power to give my beautiful daughters a future where poverty no longer exists. I have worked as a personal care attendant for 20 years. As a PCA, I take care of people with disabilities in the comfort of their own homes so they can stay in their community and be as independent as possible. 60,000 of us in Massachusetts have joined together in a union. And now, as 1199 members, we are fighting hard every single day to transform our jobs and support our consumers. We are working to bring fellow consumer-directed care workers, brothers and sisters, into our 1199 SEIU union so they can also get the benefits they deserve and support their consumers as well.
That's right, my brother. Thank you so much. We got some more coming behind you. Give it up, give my hand. Give all these workers. Now what y'all supposed to say? We are the swing vote. As these workers come off and others prepare to come on, we were going to do a little something called We Are That Movement, but we'll save it for later. But listen, well, as the other workers are coming, we in D.C., so we got to take 30 seconds and do something. It's D.C., and if you can't vote with go-go, you can't vote at all. Roland, if you can't vote with go-go, you can't vote at all. I know it's hot, so don't raise them all the way, just halfway. Like that, real slow. Say, I vote. I vote. We are the swing vote. And we will go to the polls. Come on. We are the swing vote. And we will go to the polls. Can you wave your hands in the back? Can you wave your hands on the side? Come on, workers, come on. Can you wave your hands down front? Can you tell your neighbor, don't get too hot. Just be cool. But make sure you go to the polls. Because we are the swing vote. Now, y'all know my 91-year-old mama's down here waving her hand. Come on, we got 15 more seconds. Come on, band. 15 more seconds. You got 10 more seconds.
the Director of Human Rights and Education for the Communication Workers of America, or CWA. And we are proud to be here today to demand that our elected officials address the immoral reality of mass poverty and low wages in the richest country on the planet. As I stand here today, I am reminded of another historic gathering of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom in 1963. Those marchers understood many of the things we're concerned about today. They understood that the federal government can play in uplifting families out of poverty, not just through legislation, but by ensuring that its own employment and contracting policies resulted in dignified jobs at decent wages. Over 50 years have passed, but many federal contract workers cannot make ends meet on their low-wage jobs, and they are treated with disrespect on the job. And that's not right. So some of those workers are here with me today. They work for a massive, for-profit federal contractor called Maximus, mostly in the South. These workers are mostly women of color. They are skipping meals to afford to pay bills. They are avoiding going to the doctor about worrying, racking up more medical bills. They are going to work while sick and in pain because they are terrified of losing their job, sleeping in cars and couches. They can't afford a stable place to live, and that's not right! As the communication workers know, I present to you Adriana Lewis!
We are the swing vote.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adriana Lewis, and I've worked at the Federal Call Center in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for 3 years now. I handle both the Medicare and the Affordable Care Act marketplace calls. People call me all day long with their health coverage problems, and I'm proud to help them the best that I can, showing them that I care and to get help as I would want for my family members. When I joined my coworkers to demand a living wage and a union for our important work, Maximus responded with a campaign to scare us from using our federal guaranteed rights to organize. One of my supervisors even tried to convince me and my coworkers that asking for a living wage and a union could lead to layoffs and our sites getting shut down. So I have to deal with families calling us in crisis every day or being very disrespectful callers. One has called over 45 times, but I have to stay on the line in order to not be punished. We deal with all this given on low wages and high medical costs that keep us living paycheck to paycheck. Last fall, Maximus sent out an email asking us to donate clothing to our coworkers in need. Let me say that again. A Maximus company that is paid billions of dollars asking me to donate clothes to coworkers. And that ain't right. It's unacceptable. In the wealthiest country, it got to stop now. My coworkers and I demand a living wage that doesn't force us to rely on charity or government aid programs to get by. We demand coverage that is affordable and actually help us stay healthy. We demand the ability to form a union without fear.
good morning. My name is Raymond Jackson. I'm the president business agent of ATU Local 689. We represent the transit workers in this region. If you came here on public transit, then more than likely you was with one of my members. One of my members got you here. That's DC Metro, Bedfast Connector, DC Circulator, Lounge Connector, Metro Access. Anybody around here moving bus, it's us. With that being said, I'll say this, and everybody who know me know Ray always have a story to tell. When I was a kid, I asked my mom. I said, Mom, are we middle class? She said, no, boy, we upper poor. I said, oh, my God. All this time I've been thinking I was middle class. So the first thing we did is ask anybody in this region, who moved this region? ATU Local 689 have had more strikes in this region than any other local around here. And we are proud of it. Because I told my mom years later that I'm not a union leader, I'm an organizer. I organize poor people, and I welcome them into the middle class. And if you go look at any contract we did, all our contracts took poor people and welcomed them to the middle class. And then we don't forget where we come from. We go back to those same communities, and we started a CDL training course, and I'm putting it out there to the public. No matter which one of these project neighborhoods you live in, we'll take you. And we'll try and help you find a job in one of our transit systems. Come on down. Who moved this region?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. My name, as Mr. President said, my name is Rashid Mahamdi. I'm here. I'm pleased to be speaking with you today. We are gathered here for a special reason. We are here to give our voice for collective struggle, to demand more from our country. After all, we know that putting people behind, above the prophet is the right thing to do to build the true liberty and justice for all. This poor people march, a revival, a moral revival, for mobilizer is very important. Working people, not only in DC area, but all around the country, has been consistently be pushed to the brink by organized greed.
Listen up. Let's listen up.
By organized greed. And we know counter to organized greed is organized people, organized labor. I've been working with Fairfax Connector for over 20 years. And I come from small town from Morocco, and I am American citizen, and I'm proud to be member of ATU Local 689.
That's right.
However, me and my sibling in labor have been often struggled have been struggled too hard against what we hoped were lyric of the past. Let me be clear: white collar, law breaking, greed, exploitation from capitalism, reinforced poverty, suffering, and inequality. What I saw from our own company, Transdev, from Fairfax Connector, is evidence of that.
We are the swing vote. We are the swing vote. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want you all to do something for me. Shh. Now, you know the powers that be aren't going to listen to us if we don't listen to each other. So turn to your neighbor and say, now, we can't start talking. We got to pay attention to the stage. Because you know if a camera's out there and they see y'all talking like you're not paying, the camera going to turn off. And we want the news to hear this, right? So everybody help police with one another with love. Say, let's pay attention. Because they're speaking for us. We are the swing vote.
The swing vote.
Say it.
We are the swing vote. Working people, make some noise. Greetings, Reverend Barber. Poor People's Campaign. My name is Dante Harris. I am a United Airlines flight attendant and the International Secretary Treasurer for the largest flight attendant union in the world, the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA. I've got a question for all of you. How many of y'all think that working people should be paid for every hour, every minute, and every second that we're on the job? Well, let me tell you something. Flight attendants are not paid for all the preparation time, the safety checks, the passenger boarding, or flight delays. We're also not paid for any time between flight segments. But I have another question for you all. How many people think that workers who do the same job, have the same federal qualifications, wear the same uniform, should get the same pay? Well, let me tell you something else. Regional flight attendants who fly routes for carriers such as United Airlines, American, Alaska, Delta Airlines are paid a fraction of the pay that mainline flight attendants get. These regional flight attendants work for companies like Endeavor Air, Horizon Air, Air Wisconsin, Mesa, GoJet, Silver, SkyWest, Piedmont, Envoy, and PSA. Many of you don't recognize these names, and their flight attendants are often in the shadows because United, American, Alaskan, and Delta brands are on the side of those airplanes, and passengers aren't aware of those differences. Well, I'm here to bring them out of the shadows and into the light. When I say same job, you say same pay. Same job. Same job. Same job. I want to introduce you to one of my colleagues, London Lester, a member of AFA-CWA and a flight attendant for PSA, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. London Lester is here to tell her story.
We are the swing boat.
Hello, everyone. My name is London Lester, and I've been a flight attendant for 17 years, and I am proud to represent 1,500 flight attendants at PSA Airlines, as well as 55,000 flight attendants at 19 other airlines, and the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA. I want to start by thanking the Poor People's Campaign and Reverend Barber for all of your incredible work to uplift our stories. Like every other airline in America, airline corporations have built huge profits on the back of workers. Most of you probably don't recognize my airline, PSA, when you fly. We fly the smaller planes under the American Eagle brand, and we're owned by American Airlines. We wear the same uniforms, we do the same work, but our corporate bosses have created tiers between regional and mainline so that they can pay a huge part of workforce's poverty wages. That's why it's important for us to come together, and why AFA-CW is proud to be a part of the Morale March on Washington at the polls. We can't be silent and we can't be divided. We are stronger together, better together, and together we have the power to create change. Thank you so much.
Same job, same job, same job.
See, they're going to keep right on. But while I'm a preacher, I do know how to dance, you know. They're going to keep playing that bass line. Dum, 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 dum. Listen, we are that swing vote. Now, you may see on the screen something about voter.org. And the reason we wanted to have that because, as I said, millions of people are looking online. We've broken out, we've broken through, and we are just viraling everywhere. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people are here. And voter.org, you can go and check your registration and register because this movement is about, say, we're going to mobilize 15 million infrequent, poor and low-wage voters. That's a change. In Michigan, the presidential election was decided by 10,000 votes. 1 million poor and low-wage voters did not vote. Number one reason, nobody talks to them. Well, there comes a time you have to make people talk to you. So we want to play something for you. This man is deceased now, but he was a laborer. Come on, listen up, y'all. I know we want to listen to each other. He was a laborer in Kentucky, and he died because when the politicians gave the unions over to multinational companies, they did not grandfather their union rights. But Willie died telling us to keep fighting from Kentucky. Put it up on the screen.
Right now, there's a move on, especially in Kentucky, with this new right to work law. Now, it's gotten rid of every United Mine Worker Union in the state of Kentucky. There's none anymore in the state of Kentucky. I've been a union member since 1968. I have black lung. I worked 41 years in the coal mines. But to get back to your question, when you introduce laws like that, you're not looking at increasing minimum wage. You're looking at going backwards. We have an administration right now in place that is doing everything they can to set us back as much as they can. The war on poverty supposedly started 50-some years ago. We got an old saying in the coal mines, it's rough at the face. Well, where I live, in southeastern Kentucky, it's rough at the face because the poverty in that area hasn't gotten better. It's worse today than it's ever been. And it's not looking any promising at all until something is done. And I feel so blessed to be here today. To bring my message, what I can say, to represent the people from where I live, especially the coal miners that are suffering with this black lung. And I feel so blessed that I just got to come up here and try to get to talk to you guys. The last time I was here, I was in my...
That's Willie. Give it up for him and say, Willie, we will remember. We will remember. Now, we're going to have impacted persons. We've asked everybody this time to take 1 minute. Go right to your why you are here and calling on people like you to vote. Why you're here, we want to be honest, it'll take us about 30 minutes if everybody does what they, and then we're going to close in a powerful way. You don't want to miss it. You do not want to miss it. And so we want to ask now, if all of the, first I want to bring up one person, George Gresham. He said he didn't want to speak, but this brother is the president of SEIU 1199, 450,000 members of a union in New York. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. And this is a brother that all you have to do is say you're going to fight for justice, and he's going to show up. I count him as a blood brother, not just a blood in the spirit, because we got blood on our work. And I love him. His members love him. We thank God for him. Now, here's the deal. Some folk talk. They can yang at the mic. This brother bought 74 buses. Come on, y'all. 74. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Where's Jeff at? And Jeff was over there organizing and bringing it with him. He said, Reverend Barber, I don't even want to say anything. I said, but you got to let the people see you. I want y'all to give a big round of applause for George Gresham, our leader in this time. And, yeah. Somebody shout, we are that movement. And we are the swing vote. And he brought a worker with him to speak. Is that right? And she's coming right now to the mic. Come on, sister. Come on, give it up for her from the mighty, mighty 1199.
Hi, y'all. So happy to see you. My name is Cynthia, and I'm an ICU nurse from Maryland and a proud member of 1199. I want to say we're so thankful to see you all out here. Yay! Give yourself a hand. So when I came to America for school in the Midwest, I discovered to my surprise that diversity in the workforce was found in every single medical setting. All races, all languages, all cultures, all colors, all foods. On this day, as we reflect on the work of Martin Luther King almost 60 years later, it feels like we are regressing from the fundamental truth that all people are equal and deserve equal treatment and respect. We see this manifested in the way our congressmen and women treat each other on TV, who are either red or blue.
vote. We are that movement. We are the swing vote. We are the swing vote. Now, I misspoke. Each of these persons get 2 minutes. Reverend Liz and some others are coming to introduce them. They're all coming on the stage now. Bring them all up on the stage. These are the last speakers. They are the impacted persons. Their stories come from different places. Some are poor and low wage, and they're going to talk about women's rights. Some are poor and low wage, and they're going to talk about environmental. Some are poor, but what they all know is this. Most folk that are anti-poor are anti-gay, are anti-public education, they are anti-living wages. If they are cynical enough to be together, we got to be smart enough to vote together. Is that right? So bring all the folk up, everybody from each group, bring on up. Reverend Liz is going to introduce this first group. They're going to come, then the next group's going to come, next group, and then we have a powerful, don't you leave, because we came to do work today.
So indeed, we have some powerful impacted speakers, and the first one, and then everyone's going to introduce themselves, is Base from the Apache Stronghold.
Hello, my name is Base Pike. I am Cherokee Apache from Arizona, and I come from the old people standing in the road clan and the last people coming band, a resilient lineage. I stand here humbly with you today to urge you and to urge the people of this country to wake up. Right now, the United States hasn't ever changed since the foundation that it has started. And it only has evolved to spread the lies and deceive our children and our people. And right now, I am fighting to protect my religion. I am fighting to protect my sacred sites. Right now, with the Apache Stronghold, we are in a court case with the United States, and the United States is telling us that we have no spiritual connection to the land, when all people of faith know that the Spirit is within the land, that God created the land with the Spirit. And how are we supposed to continue in this world if there is no land, if the corporations continue to strip minerals away? It is not right. I pray and I urge you all to remember that it is Nugu Sun, Mother Earth, that allows you to breathe every day, that allows you to wake up and live and eat every day. So, don't forget the foundation of all of us, Mother Earth, Nugu Sun, and Yosin, the Creator. Thank you, and Ahiya Sean, I pray that when you go to those ballots, that you make a moral decision and our leaders make a moral decision. Ahiya Sean.
Yeah! We are the swing vote.
My name is Wayne, and I'm from Wisconsin, and my story starts by saying I had a medical year in 2009, and by stating our healthcare system is broken, the most expensive in the world, does not provide world-class care, thus denying a basic human right to millions of poor and low-income workers, among others. I was insured but could not access health care because of deductibles for 10 years. By 2009, I could not walk without a bad limp. I had a growth on the back of my neck the size of a 12-inch softball. I felt and looked like the hunchback of Notre Dame, outcast from society. In January 2009, I fell on black ice due to lack of mobility. I had surgery to fix my broken bone near the ankle, rotator cuff surgery. In March, the church luckily had insurance to cover my deductible, so I followed through with hip surgery in July. The insurance company paid for 3 surgeries instead of one I originally needed, thus driving up the cost of health care for everyone. Poverty is the fourth leading cause of death in the richest country of the world. I personally knew 2 people who died because they were denied their human right to health care. Sadly, these cases are the norm and not the outlier. I am here today to say that we already would have had a solution if state and national elected leaders did not have access to health care greater than the least of whom they serve. We demand universal health care. Prior to joining the Poor People's Campaign, I had lost hope of ever seeing change that would protect the future of my 9-year-old granddaughter who is with me today and the suffering of all people who lack affordable access to health care. I learned by joining PPC that we have the power to change the system together. We just need to exercise the power by voting. Poor and low-income people, over one-third of the electorate of this country, join us, and together we are the swing vote. That is not saying to vote red or blue, but rather to say vote for candidates that support universal health care. Raise our voices together. We won't be silent anymore. We won't be silent anymore. Are you listening, Washington? Thank you.
The swing vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Foreman. I'm from Philadelphia. I lived for 29 years and with 70 households in University City townhomes. Many of the other residents was there longer than me. I had the opportunity to raise 3 children who are all grown and doing well. This was our home. There were women, children, elderly, disabled, and bedridden residents on this property. We had schools, doctors, markets, transportation, and everything that we needed to raise healthy families. In July of 2021, the owner, Brent Altman, had told us that we had to leave because he was no longer keeping the subsidy or the property. We were heartbroken, scared, confused, and did not know what to do. But for 2 years, we fought to keep our homes. The thing that pissed me off the most is how developers continue to come into these cities and point to a property and they just take it.
That's right.
So, and they don't care about who or what they hurt. The day the bulldozers came to tear down the property, me and some of the residents were standing there watching. That broke everything that I thought that I had left in me.
She's still here. Give her a hand. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Come on. You're still here, sister.
These people come to our cities and they break up our communities and our neighborhoods and our families just for a profit. I'm so sick of them doing that to us. When I came to Washington and saw the same thing was happening here, it's disgusting. It makes no sense. And they continue to do it to millions of people around the country. With that said, we have to stand up and fight.
That's right.
The people in Congress and make them stop doing this to us.
That's right, sister.
We will fight together. We will stand up and fight together in power. We won't be silent.
That's right.
That's it. We are the swing vote. We are the swing vote.
Hi, my name is Mindy, and I have worked at McDonald's for 21 years. In that time, I have witnessed and experienced countless examples of how deeply low-wage workers are impacted by a system that beats us down and leaves us behind. I have worked with people living in the homeless shelter and one who is living in a tent behind Walmart. We work hard while being judged for our situations and being told to work harder. Our hours are cut, and at the same time, we are being asked to work up to 4 positions at once, hearing from customers and society that the problem is nobody wants to work anymore. This past year, I witnessed a coworker lose their housing because a mistake delayed their paycheck. Pay is so low and housing costs are so high that someone can become homeless because they missed 1 week's pay.
That's it. That's it.
Now I want you to imagine you are the sole caregiver of a parent who is almost completely bedridden.
You work, pay the bills, and hold things together as best you can. After countless trips to the ER and being told countless times there is nothing wrong, when somebody finally listens to you, you find out that your parent has stage 4 cancer and that it had shown up on a scan 5 years ago. But because that wasn't why you brought them to the doctor didn't mention it because they're on main care. Your parent has just been given a death sentence by a broken and inaccessible healthcare system. This, my friends, is a true story. And it is these stories, the stories of people who show up at 4 a.m. so that you can have your morning coffee, who are told their job is for teenagers and that they deserve their low wages and lack of benefits, that brought me here today. We deserve better, and we have the power to fight.
That's right. Thank you. Now listen, y'all, as she says that everything they're talking about can be changed through policy. And every policy can be changed by who you put in office. So from the back, all the way in the back to here, say, we are the swing vote.
My name is Gabby Madriz, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the American Association of People with Disabilities. I am also a proud queer, Latinx, immigrant, formerly undocumented, disabled woman. Disability cuts across all races, identities, and ages. Some people are born with disabilities, others become disabled through age, accidents, or illness. But any of us can acquire a disability or a new disability. And this is important to remember because disability and poverty are unfortunately intimately related. Being disabled can lead to poverty, and being poor can lead to becoming disabled or worsening disabilities. Many of you here already know that. You've experienced that. Maybe you know a newly disabled person who now can't get a job and finds themselves in poverty. Or you know a disabled child who's developed anxiety and depression because they can't access accommodations in their classrooms. Our current systems are failing people like us. And I need you to repeat after me. We demand better.
We demand better.
In the U.S., disabled people are twice as likely as non-disabled people to live in poverty, and far more likely not to be able to afford food and rent. And black disabled people and disabled people of color face even higher barriers due to systemic racism. We demand better. Disabled people should not be an afterthought. We need to center our fights for justice around them.
That's right.
Seeing you all here brings me hope. And I'm going to bring on a colleague, an intern for AAPD, who is a remarkable young woman who mentors young people who are also disabled to tell her story. Thank you.
Give it up. We are the swing vote.
Hi, I'm Emily and want to share my story. I'm proud from Miami, Florida. In high school, I remember being stuck in class. I didn't want to be there and just really ready to leave. I kept thinking and telling myself, why am I one of those students that can't pass the Florida Standard Assessment exam? Why is it like that? Why does it feel like this exam defines my future and to have a career in this life? I was frustrated, angry, and of course disappointed in myself. But that's how the system was created. I remember I was called to a regular schedule for the individualized education program, regular meeting with my family and teacher. I'm tired of going through the same cycle. As I entered the meeting, in front of me was my mom, my math teacher, and my special education teacher.
5 minutes into that conversation, my math teacher looked at me in the eyes and said, "Emily, you're a great student. I know you have done enough. But I believe this is the time for you to drop out or leave the International Baccalaureate program. You know, to reduce your stress and prevent your epilepsy." And there were people that were there that agreed. My hands were jittery. I was mad. I was mad at the world. Why is this happening to me? Why does I feel like the world is falling apart? But the public education system and the people around us they don't believe in us. My child wanted to give myself a hug. I wanted support. I wanted to be loved and say that we could go further. I want a world where disabled people of color can receive accommodations and have a support system. Anytime and anywhere. A world that believes in us. This is why I am here today. I am here to make it clear that it provides all of us. Together, our actions, faith, and trust will take us anywhere, and this is why we demand our candidates and our elected officials to support us here and every day.
That's right, that's right. Come on, we are that swing vote. This guy will take a seat while they're taking a seat. Give them a big hand. Come on, give them a big hand, everybody. This is going on all over the world. This is the basis for us mobilizing how many? 15 what? Say 15 million. Poor, low-wage, infrequent voter. So we have power. Now, we want you to do something. Play that a little bit. I ain't going to let nobody turn me around. Do this. Help your person. You got a placard? Okay, do like in church and fan them. Come on, come on. Do like church. Come on. Not too much because it get too hot. Not too much. Now, shout, where's that water? Stop right there. Y'all bring more water, more water, more water. I don't see my marshals. I'm going to fire you, even though you're volunteering. I'm going to fire you, every one of them. Where are the marshals? I want to see every marshal up front in 2 minutes. Every marshal with a bottles of water up front in 2 minutes. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Now, come on, let's say a little bit. Here around, I'm going to keep on. If you sing, you get cooler while they're coming. Come on, worker. Nobody. Yeah. You know. Gotta let. Gotta keep on. Come on, next brother. Come on.
Black Shirt Network. We're live here in Washington, D.C. at the Poor People's Campaign Mass Assembly. And so as you see, you just had the affected workers speak there. Now, what we understand what we're dealing with here is it's about 90, so it's 87 degrees right now, but the feels like it's about 92 degrees. And so it's very warm. It's very warm out here. And so that's one of the reasons why you see behind me, you give me a crowd shot behind me, Elise. So if you give me a crowd shot behind me, that's one of the reasons why when you see the folks behind me, it looks sparse. But what's happening is there are people who are all over. Elise, give me a crowd shot, please. That shot's not going to do it, Anthony. Where's the remote camera? So I want to give me a crowd shot. So, yeah, here we go. So what you see is, folks, so you see people dispersed all along the streets down here. Go back to the crowd shot, please. So just so you understand, there are thousands of people here at the march, but you don't necessarily see that with the people who are down here, because you see folks who are down all down Constitution Avenue under the trees, because it's a very, very warm day. And so you just heard Reverend Barber calling for the marshals to bring water down here. That's one of the reasons why they are doing that. And so they're trying to keep people cool, trying to keep people straight. And so that's one of the things that you see is happening right now. So take a seat right there. I want to do a quick interview right here, folks. We've been talking to people all day. Joining us right now, Dr. Wendell Nosey Sr. is the founder and leader of Apache Stronghold. Winsler, glad to have you here. Talk about this particular event and the reality when you talk about poor and low-income workers, the impact on Native Americans in this country.
Well, I think, like I said earlier today, it's really critical that how we're all coming together on this issue. And as I said earlier about the first chapter involves all this, how America became to be and how it's affected us, the Native people, and all the people across the country. So I think with what's happening here today really brings that unification about what we're going to be doing tomorrow for our children and then for the country and of course for the rest of the world. So it's really critical what's happening now. We're all born in this moment, in this time, and we're facing corporate greed. That's the bottom line, and how things were established in the beginning. We know, I think people know for a fact that you're always modifying if you care for what you're doing. And at this point, the United States hasn't modified with anything as far as when it comes to ripping this country off and having low wages and having the people live in horrible conditions.
But one of the things that a lot of people are not aware of is the reality of voter suppression that impacts Native Americans. We've seen this in states, putting voting locations long distance away. So the folks who don't understand, explain to them how Native Americans have been impacted by some of the same issues that have impacted African Americans and people in southern states.
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the things that I find that the common person don't understand about Native Americans is that they put us on reservations and making it hard for us to cast our votes. And then when they make all these changes, our boundary lines, then the information hardly gets to the reservation and then it really favors those who are in power. So what's critical here is that the people pay attention to what they're doing on reservations, because we do carry a swing vote as well too. Like for instance, in Arizona, in the metropolitan areas, if the election is close, then it goes to the rural areas where Native people are at. And so it's important that we are also involved in this conversation.
In Arizona, but also Georgia.
Oh, yes, it's everywhere. And because when elections are close, we play an important part as well.
So in terms of this year, one of the things that Reverend Barber keeps talking about is mobilizing and organizing. And so what is actually happening among Native Americans across the country? How are you getting them to understand how critical this election is and why they must maximize their voting numbers?
Well, for one, it's like, again, how the Poor People's Campaign is organized in the state. So now there's forming a relationship. And in that relationship is building the understanding how critical things are when it comes to voting. And so I think how people organize and continue to organize is critical. Because with reservations, the United States has kept us locked up with less information that we can receive. So being that most of the times, we're Democrats, and so if it keeps those votes away, then it does make a big difference. So I think what's happening now and how everybody's discussing and working on the issue is they need to continue to come to reservations and work with our people as well, too.
All right, Winslow, we certainly appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to go back to the main stage here at the Poor People's Campaign Mass Assembly in the nation's capital, where you see other signs there. We are swing votes.
Relations, indigenous and young relations, for a healthy plan in life for us all.
Thank you.
So thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you. We are the swing vote. Step up. Who's next? Come on.
Ain't no crime to be home.
My name is Tana Fogel, lead organizer for Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. To God be the glory. Can't do nothing without him. I know you're hot. I know you're tired. But if you do not register to vote, and if you don't go to vote, then this is for nothing. Because I just heard we are the swing vote. Can I hear it? We are the swing vote. We are the swing vote. Kentucky is ready to rise. We have traveled 9.5 hours on a bus. Forward Justice, Street Voice Council, Vocal, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth to stand in solidarity. Nothing is more important than the vote. So I want you to put your hands, just dig down, just for a little bit longer, and shout and scream. But it goes to deaf ear if you do not get out and vote. How many people out there is not registered to vote? Be honest. We'll register you today. Get out and vote. Stand for justice. Ain't no crime to be homeless. 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 Thank you.
We are the swing vote. We got a powerful ending. Don't leave.
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I bring greetings from Raleigh, North Carolina. I work every day to care for our community's most precious resource, the children. Child care is hard work, and if you don't believe me, I got a couple kids back home that y'all can watch for a day, and y'all let me know how that goes. But our so-called leaders in North Carolina refuse to fund early childhood education the way it needs to be. That means me and my colleagues are low-wage workers, even though we're doing some of the most important and hardest work in the state. I have coworkers who have gone homeless. Yes, that's right, homeless. And they still wake up and choose to work with these children every day. That's just not wrong. It's criminal. In North Carolina, we have funding cliff tomorrow, June 30th. If the state does not fund early childhood education, then 3 of 10 daycares are at risk of shutting down. We decided that enough is enough. We marched on March 2nd with states across the nation. We called until they stopped answering their phones. And then some of us even went to jail.
That's right.
They told us we didn't have a chance to get emergency stopgap funding for child care.
And who did that? The politicians?
Yes, sir.
The state legislators say that. The state legislators. And how did they get there? And how can they leave there? All right.
But I'm here to let you know that as of yesterday, the NC General Assembly was shamed into emergency stopgap funding that will keep hundreds of daycare open for thousands of children.
Yeah.
When we fight together, we can win, even in places like North Carolina General Assembly. When we come together, we can turn this nation upside down. Forward together.
Now, somebody shout, we are the swing vote. Now, brothers and sisters, they don't want us to believe this because they've been telling us so long that there wasn't but 37 million poor folk. You're not poor if you make $13,000 a year. All these lies, we are destroying them. There are 140 million of us. And there are 87 million of us who have votes. And 30 million didn't vote. And just 20% of that can change things. Say, we are the swing vote. Those of you that are in the back, we want you to come forward. Some come forward way in the back because we got a powerful closing and we need everybody to be a part of it. So start walking this way. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. I am Felicia Gilliard, and I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. I come to you all today. I lost my granddaughter due to gun violence. She was just 17 years old. She had just graduated from high school at the age of 16. She was currently in college, and she had a great future ahead of her. She was also a YPD youth minister in the church. She had 2 businesses, 1 full-time job. She was a CPA. She was a very happy young lady, and she had accomplished a lot, and she was very happy for her accomplishments, being that she was just 17.
And let me ask you a question, sister. And why does that make you want to tell people to vote? Why is it that because you lost, what is it that you you want to say to America about voting and why?
Well, what I would like to say, because it's at the end, I would like to say, and it happened again a few weeks ago in Tallahassee. We just had another one. Also, if you don't vote, it'll continue to go. And I don't want to see it. We're losing so many kids all over.
Is that because the politicians keep passing these gun laws and letting everybody? That's what I wanted to get to.
Yes.
If you care about her daughter,
yes,
you got to vote for politicians that don't keep putting guns
yes,
on the street.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's what we want to say.
Yes.
Say for your daughter. Is your daughter?
It's my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. What's her name?
Her name is Marlacia Kitchen.
Call her name, everybody.
Marlacia Kitchen.
Call her name.
Marlacia Kitchen.
And say, and for Marlacia. We will vote.
Vote.
Give her a hand. Give her a hand. Come on, all the way from Florida.
Thank you all. Thank everybody.
The swing vote.
We are the
Come on.
swing vote.
I want y'all to see these are people mixed up. It's not just workers, but it's all about poverty and low wages and why we have to stand together. Come on, brother. Talk to us.
Thank you. As my brother said, water is life. I'm coming to you from Jackson, Mississippi. We wake up with a daily fear of being exposed to toxins in our water, our family, our community. This is our reality. Either we see brown water, which we know is dirty, or we have tinted water, which we don't know how long we'll have to rinse it out until it's clear. My 3-year-old has now gone 4 consecutive days without sitting in the bathtub because the water is consistently tinted brown or just plain dark brown.
And who creates that? Who makes it like that?
The politicians, those that we vote in there. The politicians and those that we vote in there. The state of Mississippi, the politicians in Mississippi have failed us, to your point. The EPE has failed us. The refusal to put people before profit, the refusal to put people before politics has failed us. There's an entire Mississippi delegation along with me representing these horrors. This is not just me. There's been a breach. When the governor of Mississippi pulls a water truck full of clean water in front of his mansion, while we sit there and can't drink water, there's been a breach. When Mississippi has introduced 36 voter restrictive bills since 2020, which 3 have passed, there's been a breach. That breach must be repaired. Poor and low-income folks make up over 43% of Mississippi's electorate. We can fight this. We can get rid of Tate Reeves and any other politician that hurt the people. My grandfather was part of the original 1960s People's Assembly with the Poor People Campaign. The fact that we're still fighting for this, there's been a breach. We better do something. We are the swing vote. Forward together. Not one step back.
We are. Give it up. Go on and let. Come on, say it. Come on, musicians. Come on, musicians.
That's right, that's
these
right.
Are the voices. These are our final voices. They represent that 140 million. Those of you that are in the back, start making your way. I know some of you on the tent. We want to be together for this powerful closing. Make your way, make your way. Don't have another rally, have one rally. Say one rally.
One rally.
Say one band.
One band.
One sound.
One sound.
One band.
One band.
One sound.
One sound.
All right, Mayors and Cliff.
All right, good afternoon, y'all. My name's Clinton Wright, and I'm a senior justice organizer with Repairs of the Breach and the Poor People's Campaign.
My name is Madison Ashley, and I'm also a senior national social justice organizer with Repairs to the Breach and the Poor People's Campaign. And we have a powerful group of impacted testifiers for y'all this afternoon.
We're excited to introduce folks from Maryland and Texas and Virginia, Michigan, Washington, D.C., Mississippi, Ohio.
That's right. Followed by testifiers from Louisiana, Washington State, Massachusetts, Illinois, and West Virginia. Let's give it up, y'all.
Let's go. Bring the fire. Talk to America today. Starting with my sister right here. We need this mic on. We need this mic right here. All right.
Thank you. Now it's echoed. Okay. Hello, my name is Marlene Henler. I have lived in Maryland my whole life and have lived in Howard County for 21 years. I developed cerebral palsy at a 2-month-old premature baby with my umbilical cord tied around my neck. That causes a lack of oxygen to brain. I was diagnosed with CP at 3 days old. I want to repeat, 3 days old, because my testimony has one main point. I have been permanently disabled all my life, and yet the system makes me fight for my medical life care and benefits over and over again. As an infant, doctors recommended institutionalizing me, but my father refused. Instead, my dad worked 3 jobs, including being a professional photographer, to make sure that my needs were met. My father made sure I had everything I needed to thrive, and I got excellent care. Without my dad's constant care, I would not have thrived. You need to know that I worked as much as possible as a paid employee. And I now own my own house. Through a special state program, although I am still paying my mortgage. Over the years, I have faced some big barriers as a Marylander with disabilities who wants to achieve a full and independent life. As an adult, if you can imagine it, I've had to prove that I am disabled. It is very important to vote because the budget cuts throughout the United States affect people with disabilities. We have to make sure they do not cut the program for people with disabilities. Because it costs more for them to live in institutions than live home than to live in the community. We want to be able to stay in the community. So it's important to vote. Amen.
Crystal Mason. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. I was sentenced to 5 years for illegally voting for filling out a provisional ballot that never counted. August 2016, I completed my federal time for a tax charge, and I was on something called supervised release. February 2017, Tarrant County indicted me for illegally voting. September 2018, I was sent back to federal prison for 10 months for violating my supervised condition. March 2024, I was acquitted for all charges. I've been out on the appeal bond for 6 years fighting to stay free. April 2024, the DA has filed to reverse my acquittal. I started an organization, Crystal Mason, to fight against voter suppression, to educate and to bring awareness of what happened to me. Don't let my story discourage you, but encourage you to go vote. Remember, everyone that was on my case, they're elected officials. The judge, the DA, the prosecutor.
Say that one more time, Crystal.
Everyone in my case are elected officials. The judge, the DA, they're all elected officials. In the late Martin Luther King voice, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Wow, give it up for Crystal fighting. And somebody shout, we will fight. Because we are the swing vote.
The swing vote. Hi, my name is Nikki Lynn Lee, but my friends call me Nitch. I am part of an Appalachian contingent of the Poor People's Campaign living on ancestral lands of the Monacan Indian Nation, currently called Stanton, Virginia. My story is not one of great renown. It is much like the millions of other stories told by poor peoples and low-wage workers across this nation. I have spent years being hospitalized, housebound, or bedridden due to my disability, and although I was able to purchase a home in 2007, I am now facing homelessness. I have struggled to afford the most basic of human needs, but by the good graces and generosity of my community who saw in me a life worth living. But it hasn't always seemed that way to me, a life worth living, that is. You see, my problems are not just my own, albeit I shoulder them as best as I can. They are not a mere individual moral failing on my part, because let me tell you, the neurotic negative in my head, which is all the voices that have ever said to me in no less words that I am a burden unworthy of consideration, well, if nothing else, it keeps me striving and trying to be better, to do better, to live better. But how does a girl who has felt nothing but rejection grow into a woman of status and perfection under generations of obligations to systemic oppression? If my problems are socially driven, then my suffering is not my own either, because unfortunately it is universally felt by those of us who have nearly lost hope for reconciliation, much less reparations, for the harms and grievances heaped upon poor and low-wage workers for countless generations. So I'm here today to be your beacon of hope. In a world that runs wild with greed and conceit, I want to remind you, my class 10, my saddest friends, go vote!
Come on and shout it. We are the swing vote.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ralph Gaines. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm here to talk to you briefly on the top of why we need quality health insurance. As a person from Detroit, I suffer with mental health, along with other medical problems, and I find myself questioning, should I go to this mental appointment or should I pay for my meds? With quality insurance, we'll be able to take care of all of that. Medicare is something we need, not a want. I encourage you all to get out and vote, and let's be the change. If you're going through mental problems, seek help, because we all need someone to talk to. Thank you guys for coming.
Say, we are the swing vote. We have not lost our fight.
Hi, my name is Angie Whitehurst. I identify myself as an American woman, black, female, U.S. citizen, and a native Washingtonian. I do not have a governor, a senator, a congressperson. I have no vote in the national system. I live on the edge of becoming chronically homeless again from not having living wage, trust fund, or a 20-year retirement package. Healthcare changes from year to year, and so does the money need. I'm going to skip to the bottom of my message because it's most important. A beautiful document that I cannot access, even legally, because I am a resident of a territory that gives no access, no power, no authority of enforced checks and balances. You see, I am old, reconstructed Jim Crow and the current high-tech Uncle Artificially Intelligent Crow. I am just one person. It takes a nation of individuals and communities and states to advocate statehood for the territory of the District of Columbia. One more. I live in a U.S. territory, and I am asking all of you to stand with me and the residents who live in this city to have statehood, a promise guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. I need your voices, advocacy, and your votes. Take one step forward.
Forward together. We are the swing vote.
The swing vote. My name is Chera Sherman Breland. I'm here today for my dad. I will not be silent anymore. I grew up in the deep south of Mississippi. William Faulkner said, to understand the world, you must first understand a place like Mississippi. I agree with that. Growing up in Mississippi as a poor little white girl was both a blessing and the bane of my existence. We grew up so poor that sometimes the community would come together and help us.
This is not.
The construct of racism is so ingrained in who we are and how we make our decisions, especially political decisions. 43% of Mississippians are poor and low income.
Teach us. Teach us.
75% of those low income families are white. They're white, sister.
Yes, yes.
You don't hear
listen,
me.
Let's listen.
During the height of the COVID pandemic, counties living in poverty lost loved ones at a rate of 5 times higher than the wealthy counties in Mississippi.
Wow.
They believed their conservative extremist president when he told them that it was a hoax. They believed him when they told them that the vaccine was not safe. My father was one of them. My father was the greatest man I ever knew. I named my son after him.
Yes, yes.
He was my person my entire life. He fought for me every single day of his life.
Yes, yes.
And I will fight for him.
Yes.
After 3 weeks of excruciating struggle to survive in a cold and lonely hospital room, COVID took my dad's life. Political expediency murdered him.
That's right.
And what did they do to stop it? Nothing. We lost 1 million Americans to COVID, and no one helped us. We must get out and vote for people that are going to help us.
That's right.
White, poor Americans believe that we are better than black, poor Americans as long as we vote for the wealthy white Americans. We are all the same.
Thank you, sister. That's right.
We all have the same struggle. And if you are voting against your own well-being, you are possibly putting your parent or your child in the grave.
Give a hand, yes.
Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Now, when have you gone to a rally and heard a white Mississippian get up and tell the truth? This is why this is not about white, it's not about black, it's not about Latino, not about Asian, not about indigenous, it's about all of us. Yes, there are some particulars. We don't ever throw race away. But what we understand is there are forces that don't want us to come together, and since they are scared of us coming together, let's recognize their fear and let them see their fear. All of us coming together, because together we are the swing vote. Come on, y'all, begin to make your way up closer. We're almost there.
My name is Joyce Kendrick, and I live in Middletown, Ohio. I'm also the very recent widow of Jeff Kendrick, who died 6 days shy of his 57th birthday on September 11th, 2003. On Friday, that's September 8th, 2003, we had an appointment to see a doctor because his leg was swollen and painful. We arrived on time, and we were turned away when we tried to check in because we didn't have a $35 copay. We were sent home, told to keep an eye on his leg and return on Monday. We came back after borrowing the money on the weekend. We were ready to go to his appointment. Before it was time to leave, Jeff told me that he was tired. He was going to lay his head down on his desk and rest before we went. When I went to check on him 90 minutes later, he was cold and stiff. The swelling in his leg was a blood clot, and it killed him instantly when it broke away. For the lack of $35 on Friday, my 56-year-old husband was dead on Monday. He was one of 799 others who died that day from poverty, the fourth leading killer in the richest country in the world. This is unacceptable. My Jeff should be here today. In Ohio alone, over 830,000 people lost their Medicaid coverage, more than we expected. I shouldn't be a widow.
That's right. Give it up for Jeff. Come on.
Say his name. His name is Jeff Kendrick.
Jeff Kendrick.
Say his name.
Jeff Kendrick.
Say his name.
Jeff Kendrick.
Thank you.
And we will vote. Say, we are the swing vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Cayette Levine. I'm from St. James, Louisiana. I'm the director of a faith-based organization called Rise St. James, Louisiana, and we are fighting for our life. Our water is polluted. Our air is polluted. Our politicians are in the pocket of industry. Industry runs everything in Cancer Alley. And we formed this organization to stop a $9.4 billion Formosa plastic plant from coming into St. James Parish, 2 miles from our home. We have been fighting since 2018. We did the Jericho March. We prayed. We did everything we could think of. That plant is not here. That's the power of prayer. Whenever you pray, you have to take God with you. That's what we did from the beginning. We have another plant that's trying to come in. It's called GG Fuse. He says it's going to be clean. No, if you have to get an air permit, you are not clean. We don't want any more in St. James. We have 12 industries within a 10-mile radius. We have over 100 storage tanks, all storage tanks within the 10-mile radius. No other area in my parish has storage tanks but us. We live in that 10-mile radius. We live in the heart of Cancer Alley. My people are dying. Melvin found out that he has stage 2 colon cancer. Norma Jean found out she had stage 4 liver cancer. By the grace of God, she's still here. We are fighting for our lives in St. James Parish and through the River Parish, throughout Cancer Alley, and we will not be a sacrifice. And we are the swing vote.
We are the swing vote. Say, we are the swing vote. Did you all know that because of that fight, Miss Sharon was just named one of Time 100 most influential people in the world? And her counterpart, Brother Robert, where's Brother Robert? He's out there. We give it up for Brother Robert as well. Look at your neighbor and say, all this stuff is connected. Say, if all the mean folk are connected, then all the good folk and the loving folk and the justice folk, we ought to get together because we are the swing vote and we've got power.
Hello, I'm a proud Korean American immigrant from Washington State.
My parents and I and my siblings immigrated to the United States with the promise of the American dream. We were told that if we are the model minority, the American dream will be possible for us. But now I have come to see that as a myth. It's a myth because currently in the United States, poverty is the fourth leading cause of death. It is higher than homicide, gun violence, drug overdose, suicide, and diabetes. As a healthcare worker, I have seen the burnout and moral distress of our healthcare team as I work within a system where people with mental health challenges and physical illnesses do not get adequate and humane care. In my family's life, we have also been impacted by poverty. My father is 66 years old with a meniscus tear on his right knee. My mother has chronic pain all over her body, but they continue to work till exhaustion. My grandmother, who recently immigrated here to the United States, do not have access to health care because she does not qualify for Medicare. Even for myself, I cannot afford to live on my own because of the high cost of living. But I will still have hope. I will not be silent because I believe that if we come together, we will make a difference because our votes matter. Because we are the swing vote. We are the swing vote.
We are the swing
Forward
vote.
together.
Not one step back.
My name is Savina Martin, and I live in the 8th Congressional District of Massachusetts. And I am a United States Army veteran, and I want to share how I was impacted by veteran homelessness many years ago. And today, thousands of homeless veterans are fighting for VA benefits. They're fighting for housing, navigating a complex system while sick, suffering, trying to survive the war waged against the poor. But you know what? We are the swing vote. Yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Johnson versus Grants passed permits cities to criminalize homelessness by enforcing bans on sleeping outside when no shelter is available, denying homeless protection from the cruel and unusual punishment. How can sleeping while homeless be against the law? If you sleep, you get arrested. This system depends on us to fight for their wars, but we can't depend on them to guarantee higher wages, housing, and health care, and they allocate trillions of dollars to war weapons in a system that criminalizes the poor. We're going back to our communities, and we're organizing every homeless veteran in our state, across this country, and we're uniting. You know why? Because we are the swing vote. We are a new and unsettling force, forward together and not one step back. Forward together, not one step back.
We are the swing vote.
My name is Darcy Carter, and I'm a member of the Illinois Poor People's Campaign. I have lived my entire life in poverty. I've earned a bachelor's degree in my early 20s, but my life was interrupted by mental illness. Because of my challenges, I am one of the 135 million Americans who are poor and low-wage workers. For 30-plus years, with income from SSDI, SSI, and SNAP, I have struggled to live on less than $1,000 a month. Does that make me a welfare queen? No. What it makes me is a woman with an issue of poverty. We lose 800 people every day to poverty. I lost my father and one of my brothers to poverty. Poverty was not the cause of death on their death certificate, but I know and we know that poverty kills. Together, we will usher in a third Reconstruction and a moral agenda to save our democracy, and we will abolish poverty. We are the swing vote, and we will be heard. We are the swing vote, and we will determine every electoral contest in every state, in the Congress, in the White House. Forward together!
We are the swing vote. Well, we got one more. A holler from the mountains of Appalachia in West Virginia.
Hello, everybody. My name's Pam Garrison. I come from the third poorest state in the nation, West Virginia, and it's not the people's fault. I'm here today to tell Congress to stop the lying, stop the cheating, stop using the same old smoke and mirrors to keep us poor and struggling. I was a minimum wage worker most of my life. In 1977, I was making $2.35. In 2024, it is $7.25. In 47 years, it has raised $4.90.
Listen up, everybody. Listen up.
You know, and the poverty index is being even longer. They ignore our cries for a living wage, but blame us for the inadequate policies that rob the poor and give to the richest. The veil was pulled back during COVID when a little $300 tax credit a month brought half of our kids out of poverty. Do you think they cared? What did they do? They dumped them right back in. Like they were trash. They didn't matter. Go ahead and be collateral damage and die. But they'd rather throw our kids back into the life of poverty. You deny us a fair living wage so we can pay our bills. And while you, at the same time, you're cutting the programs that alleviate some of the pain from the struggling without a living wage. COVID also showed us how many of us there really is essential workers. In West Virginia, there's 666,000 of us. We are the swing vote in this country, and I'm mad as hell. Our power together ran this country. We saved this country. Together, we can do it again.
Yeah.
Vote.
Vote. Somebody say I'm mad as hell. But I ain't quitting. I'm gonna vote like heaven. We are the swing vote. And we will be heard. That's all of them? Yeah, give it up, give it a hand. Check out your video screen from Common Cause. Let us get close. We're almost there. Bring the video up.
Good morning. I'm Virginia, President and CEO of Common Cause. Thank you for joining us for this important moral revival. On behalf of our 1.5 million members in every congressional district around the country, we want to remind everyone today that the most important thing you can do is have your voice heard at the ballot box. We have the power to change everything that happens in our country, but only if we show up. So it's time for us to hold our politicians accountable, to have our voices heard, to speak up loud and clear and remind everyone that poor and low-wage workers, our voices matter. We matter. That we, the people, hold the key to the future of this country, and we will be making the decisions. And if they don't follow our agenda, our moral agenda, we will vote them out. On behalf of all Common Cause, we say together, one step forward, not one step back.
She said to us from Common Cause, our dear sister who was just with the League of Women Voters. Now, brothers and sisters, in a moment we're coming not to an end. We're not going to give a benediction. We're going to give a, this is not a commemoration. This is a commitment time. And we want those of you that are in the back to keep coming up now and get closer. Give y'all a pop quiz. What do you think the margin of victory of the vote for president was in Texas? It was around 600,000 votes. You know how many poor and low-wage voters could have voted that didn't? Over 2.4 million. In North Carolina, it was 74,000 determined the presidency. Over 1 million voters.
We have been getting presidents in this country for the last few cycles for less than 87,000 total votes in about 4 states. And in those same states, about 5 million poor and low-wealth voters that are already eligible and registered got discouraged because people didn't listen to them, and so they didn't vote. But there comes a time you got to make people hear you. When people are winning by only 87,000 votes and you have millions, we must recognize what the media will never tell us until you show them. We are the largest swing vote in this country. Now, you got to have an agenda. And as we said at the beginning, we're going to send this agenda to every convention, to all the media. But today, Attorney Shalley, and Reverend Cass are going to come. And that's why we're telling folks to come close, because we're going to affirm this agenda so that they hear we are united. Don't come telling us a bunch of stuff. We want to know, if you want these votes, where do you stand on these issues? Come on, Reverend Cass. Come on, Shalley. And let's give it up for them as they come.
We heard the powerful testimonies from around this country. We saw that the policy issues somewhere here is also the policy issues somewhere there. They cannot divide us by this state or that state. And we're here to talk about what those 17 policy demands are.
These demands emerge, these actions, these 17 actions emerge from the demands of the poor, the 140 million poor and low-income people in this country who are working for too hard, for too little, for too long. And they are part of our call for a third Reconstruction agenda and resolution to end these injustices here and now. So call out with us if you are with this agenda. Are you ready? We are here to abolish poverty as the 4th leading cause of death.
We are here for a living wage of at least $15 an hour.
We are here to end voter suppression.
We are here for full and expanded voting rights.
We are here to guarantee workers' rights and labor rights.
We are here for health care for all.
We are here for housing for all.
We are here for strong social welfare and safety net programs.
We are here to end gun violence.
We are here for fully protected women's rights.
We are here for environmental justice and clean air and clean water in every community.
We are here for justice for all indigenous nations.
We are here for fully funded, equitable, high-quality public education.
We are here for just immigration laws.
We are here to address militarism, the war economy, and we are here to stand for peace, not war.
We are here for an immediate, long-term ceasefire, a release of all the hostages, and an end to genocide around the world.
And finally, we are here to end hate, to end division, to an end the extremist political agenda that is ripping us apart.
That's right. We need a resurrection of justice, of love, of truth, and not an insurrection of injustice, lies, and hate. For together,
not one step back.
That's right.
If you affirm that this agenda can unite all of us, from poor and low-wage people to labor, to religious, to people of faith, people not of faith, regardless of what color we are, what creed we are, what sexuality we are. If you affirm that, shout as loud as you can from the back to the front. We are the swing vote.
The swing vote.
And Mr. Politician, Miss Politician, if you want these votes, our votes, our demands, talk about, agree with, put in practice, our demands, and we will vote, like never before. We are the swing vote. Thanks, Attorney Shally and Reverend Cass. Now, we have Attorney Caitlin Swain, who's a voting rights lawyer, and then we want to hear from a 95-year-old woman who fought and died fighting. They arrested her, and she would not stop. But first, from Forward Justice, our lawyers that help us, they are in the trenches fighting against these 1,000 voter laws. Voter suppression law.
Forward together. Not one step back. This month marks 11 years without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act. When a decade ago, the Supreme Court ruled we no longer need protections against Jim Crow policies, it unleashed coordinated, intentional attacks on black, brown, and poor people across this country. Why? Because extremist politicians know that if we change the South, we will change this nation. This campaign is not fighting to save the democracy that we have today. We're fighting for a democracy that has yet to be. A multiracial, economically just democracy that will unlock policies reflective of the dreams of our people. We refuse to lower our expectations. A restored and expanded Voting Rights Act now. A new democracy, a new economy, a new governance that puts people and planet over profits and power. In that spirit, Forward Justice comes to you today representing dozens of leading legal and voting rights groups from across the nation who are standing with you arm in arm to support your project to register 15 million poor and low-wage voters across this nation.
Attorney Caitlin Swain was one of the lead lawyers in the biggest fighting the worst voter suppression case after Shelby, a part of the Tomorrow Monday movement, and we won.
We won!
And our goal is to touch 15 million because they're already registered. What we've got to do is touch them and move them to the poll. Caitlin, with our time, would you just introduce who you have with you that's joining your team? Just introduce them.
Joining me here today is my co-director of Forward Justice Action Network, Ashley Marshall. Our Special Projects Director, Attica Scott. And a leading criminal justice reformer from across the nation, Dante Sharp.
They locked Jonte up for 19 years for something he did not do. He went in standing as a man. He came out standing stronger. And now he's fighting for this democracy. Let's give it up. Here, Miss Rosanelle Eden. Miss Rosanelle. She's looking at us today. Bring her up.
Now we need to commemorate, we need to motivate, and we need to educate for the good of the people. The other night, when they announced something about some fraud, I said, why they keep lying? Because, and I want to tell you what I got up there in the hot seat for, time after time, is that they were doing that to set us back.
That's right.
And we should get interested. Everybody, go home. Tell the people. You're on the street. Don't just go to the store to get groceries. Go there, and if you see somebody, tell them about the movement. I didn't plan to march. I want to heels out on my shoes. You got to open up your mouth and be a committee of one. I suggest you say, we the people. 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 Say, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Thank you so very much.
Rosanelle. Say in Rosanelle's name. We are the swing vote. Now, the worst thing you can do is be loud and wrong, so we got some policy folk that always footnote what we holler about. Two of them are going to come. A bunch of them come, but two are going to speak, because these are the kind of policy folk you got to have in a movement on the team, because people will question what you say. So you got to make sure you got somebody that can footnote.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The policy groups join the lawyers, join the movement groups, join the unions, join the faith groups. We are all one. I'm John Cavanagh from the Institute for Policy Studies, a close policy partner of the campaign for its entire 8 years. We are proud to be one of many policy institutes to join this action as partners. Our job is to make sure the demands and the statistics of the Poor People's Campaign are accurate and they tell us the truth. Today you will hear from 3 experts on the economy, on racism, militarism, who will tell us how the 17 demands of the groups that have come together are sound economically, are vital for the health of our nation, and for a dignified future for the close to 140 more million poor and low wealth people in this country. You'll first hear from Phyllis Bennis of the Institute for Policy Studies, then Algernon Austin of the Center for Economic and Policy Research, and finally Lindsay Owens of the Groundwork Collaborative. Phyllis Bennis.
Don't leave. We're almost at the end.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with all of you today. We have just heard an incredible set of demands of what it will take to provide a dignified life for the 140 million poor and low-wealth people across this country. The question becomes, where's the money going to come from? How are we going to pay for it? But we know the answer. Look at the federal budget. Where does that money go? We pay taxes. We pay at a higher rate than the billionaires and the corporations, but we pay. But where does that money go? Let's look at the military budget. Let's look at the military budget. If we start, we look at $921 billion directly to the military. That's more than half the entire military, the entire budget that Congress has available. And if we cut just 10% of it, just 10%, we could have 9.6 million new public housing units. We could have 18.6 million people getting health care. We could have 72 million kids getting a spot in Head Start. What's going to keep us safer? Is that enough? No. But it would be a damn amazing start to get that. What else? What else might we get if we didn't spend that 10%? Maybe it wouldn't be spent on tank ammunition and bombs and artillery shells that we give to Israel to kill children in Gaza. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe we wouldn't give it to allow children to starve on our watch. Dr. King taught us
that the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today is our government. And he was right. He was right then, and he would be right now. The Poor People's Campaign and all of our movements together, we work to fight against poverty and racism and environmental degradation and militarism. And when the U.S. cuts our budget, we can undermine all of those evils. We can stop sending arms to Israel, and we'll have more money for jobs and health care and education back home. We need to do it all. Thank you.
Don't leave. Come on down. Come on down so we go. We're going to move quick. 1 minute. 1 minute. Come on, let's go quick.
My name is Algernon Austin. I'm the Director for Race and Economic Justice at the Center for Economic and Policy Research. One of the best ways to reduce poverty and end low wages is to make sure that everyone who wants to work can have a good job at a living wage. But before I talk about low wages, I want to raise the problem of no wages, the situation of people who don't have jobs but want to work. Last month, there were 6.1 million people who were officially counted as unemployed. There were another 5.7 million who were unemployed, but because of technical reasons.
Anything that's not approved by this campaign, put it down. We have our own over here that's coming out in a minute. Thank you. We're going to stay unified now. We're going to stay unified. We're not going to start that. We got our own casket over here. Thank you so much. Come on, sir.
There were another 5.7 million people who were unemployed, but for technical reasons were not counted as unemployed. And there were 4.4 million people who wanted to work full-time but could only find part-time work. When you total these numbers together, you get over 16 million people who are still needing work. We are an extremely rich country. We can put these people to work if we elect politicians who care about the poor. For people who do work, tens of millions are earning the minimum wage, but it is far too low. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour and has been stuck at this level for 15 years.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take a little pastoral privilege as bishop today. You can be mad with me later. But I need the folk to come on because we need to come on up. We need to stop. Let's thank our policy people who are coming. You can get all of their information at Kairos, at the Center on their web, at Poor People's Campaign on the web, and at Repairs of the Breach, because we all work together and we've got to have the footnotes. Let's all come together now. Thank them. Now, what we want to do now is normally when folk do a commemoration, and we're going to bring the faith leaders up. Normally when people do commemorations, they commemorate and talk about what folk did back then. But when you do a consecration, the policy folk can step off, faith leaders come on. When you do a recommitment, you say because they died, we're going to live. That's what a resurrection is. Say that's what a resurrection is. And we know that when we talk even about America's military, it ain't just America's footprint in Israel. You got America's footprint in war going all the way back to the unnecessary civil war that we should not, and took us here, and Vietnam and a whole lot of places. And even today where people are facing genocide like Yemen and the Congo and Somalia. And what our movement is saying is but we got to start here. 295,000 people dying a year from poverty in this country. If you don't care about those deaths and talk about those deaths, how do you have credibility talking about deaths somewhere else? That's why I want to thank Dr. King that he always said to America, how in the world can you criticize what's going on over there if you're not dealing with what's happening right here? You can't do that. That's immoral inconsistency. And so what we're going to do right now is we've asked something unique. Because I'm really tired of us just fighting one another and acting like somebody's just my enemy because they're white, or somebody's my enemy because they're black, or somebody's my enemy because they're Jewish, somebody's my enemy because they're Muslim, Palestine. And we don't even recognize that there are some Palestinians that are supportive of Israel.
and despise Hamas. There are some Israeli Jewish people that are supportive of Palestinians and despise what that regime is doing right now. There are some white people that are bothered by what's happening in the Congo and what's happening in Somalia. And if we're going to go forward, we're going to have to find those of us who want to be human beings. And it doesn't matter who's dead. If they're dead because of violent policy, we will stand against it. So we've asked these clergy to come. And this casket represents, and the reason I didn't want the other two over there, because I wanted us to focus here, this real casket represents the 295,000 people that die in this country. Since we've been here today, 400 people have died from poverty unnecessarily. I've watched Liz at times cry about that. She just break out crying. And if you think about it, it will make you cry. 350,000 people died during COVID so far because they didn't have health care. How can you can't jump over that and be arguing about killing somewhere else. You got to talk about it all. And then we've had over 1,000 people killed on October the 7th, women and children and others. Jewish people, many of them Jewish people who supported Palestine. Ruthless killing. Then we've had a response of tens of thousands of people, unnecessary women and children, being killed by Netanyahu and his regime. So today, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have a Jewish sister come up here and speak for Palestinians. Let's do this different. We're going to have a Jewish sister come up here and speak and about against the violence happening to Palestinians. And you have a Palestinian Muslim sister come up here and speak against the violence that's happening to Jewish people. We're going to be a human community. And then you're going to have a Unitarian and a Christian disciple that's going to speak against all this violence and killing that's happening from the Congo to Somalia. And we're going to look at this casket and we're going to say, look at the people. And then Liz and I are going to come and she's going to open by reading our commitment for today. We're reading it with millions of people online still. And then we're going to close with a special song. You didn't want to miss it. So come on. These two sisters, they're going to stand together. One Jewish and one Muslim. Can we welcome them?
Shabbat Shalom. I'm Sheila Katz, CEO of National Council of Jewish Women.
I'm Anila Ali, the CEO of American Muslim Multi-Faith Women's Empowerment Council. Salamu alaikum.
We stand together, arm in arm, united for love, peace, and justice.
Alhamdulillah, I am a Muslim and I know my religion strictly prohibits the killing of any non-combatants. The brutal killing of over 1,000 women, children, and families by Hamas in Israel on October 7th is an unspeakable tragedy. My heart is heavy as I mourn each precious life that was lost, and I extend my sympathy with the grieving families and communities. Every single life taken is an irreplaceable loss.
I also mourn for every Palestinian civilian, including thousands of innocent children who have been killed since. Each person was precious, holy, and deserving of a life filled with peace and dignity. My heart aches for the immense loss and suffering endured by their families and communities. The value of each human life transcends all boundaries. In both Jewish and Muslim traditions, every life is precious and sacred. Judaism teaches us, B'Tselem Elohim, that we are all created in the image of the divine.
Like Judaism and Christianity, Quran says you save a life, you've saved humanity. Islam, my religion, calls for the sanctity of every human life. In fact, the sanctity of life and the human body is one of the most important aspects of Islam. That's what completes our faith and makes us Muslim.
Together, we want a negotiated agreement accepted by both Hamas and Israel's government to end this war, release the hostages, and increase humanitarian aid. Every second counts to save more lives.
Amen. Release the hostages and let's build peace. Together, we mourn the impact of poverty across this country. Together, we commit to safety, equity, and justice for Palestinians, Israelis, and all people everywhere. Together, we dream for the children to thrive with their neighbors. May Allah grant us the day that we see more books than bombs in the hands of children. ليكون السلام والحب في قلوبنا. May peace and love be in our hearts.
May we all soon know peace. Shalom.
Salamu alaikum. Ameen ya Rabbul Alameen.
We've already called for that, my brother. Let us listen. Let us honor these two women. Let's honor these two women. Let's honor these two sisters. Now let's hear the other clergy that are standing.
I'm Alvin Jackson, pastor in the Christian Church Disciples of Christ. We are called to love one another and seek justice for all.
I'm Reverend Terry Hord Owens, also a minister in the Christian Church Disciples of Christ, but I stand here in unity with all those who represent the love of Jesus Christ. In the Unitarian tradition, they recognize the interconnectedness of all people. The pain of one is the pain of all, and the joy of one is the joy of all.
We must also remember and mourn the countless lives lost in other parts of the world. This casket is on stage to remind us of all the beloved people who have lost lives from the conflicts around the world, in Sudan, Yemen, Congo, Somalia, and beyond, and the tens of thousands who have died here from poverty. Each of these individuals was loved, each life was precious and deserving of peace.
As we grieve, we must also commit to building a better world with love, compassion, and justice for all.
Let us hold the memory of those taken from us in our hearts as we strive to create a world where such tragedies cease. Together, through our unity and dedication to peace, we can make this vision of justice a reality.
Who today in this crowd has lost somebody unnecessarily from poverty or from lack of health care? Will you remember them now and commit yourself in their name, their memory? Who in this crowd will stand and remember the children and women killed in Gaza? Who will remember the children and women killed in Israel? Who will remember the millions genocide in Somalia and Yemen and the Congo? Who will remember all of the unnecessary deaths down through the years because of racism and homophobia and Islamophobia and classism? Who today says, because they died, I will be a resurrection, and I will never participate in the taking and the serving of that which would take innocent life? While you hold your hands any way you want to meditate for a second, look at the people in your minds, see them. Choir. singing. Just take a look at the person beside you and never forget where you were this day. Now, Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris, let's give her a hand, is going to come and lead us in our first 3 sections of our commitment. It'll be on the screen, and then I'll lead you in the final 3. And then we're going to sing one thing together that you're going to absolutely, I believe, thank God for. Let me spray this.
As members of the June 29th, 2004 Poor People and Low-Wage Workers Mass Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls, we pledge to break the silence about poverty, the 4th leading cause of death in America.
We are the swing vote.
We commit to mobilize and touch 15 million poor and low-wage workers to tell them they have the power to rise and reconstruct our government.
We are the swing vote.
We refuse the cynical approach of those who embrace systemic racism, systemic poverty, environmental devastation, the denial of health care, the war economy, and the distorted, immoral vision of religious nationalism.
We are the swing vote.
We are not a violent insurrection responding to the prompts of greedy extremists. We are a nonviolent resurrection of the promise of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
We are a swing vote. And we will vote. Somebody say by the people. And for the people. I want to ask you on these last 3, we're not going to do the full 17 agenda again, but I want to ask you to repeat these after me. If you're going to help us touch these 15 million, the formula is easy. We need 200 people in 35 states that'll touch 45 people a day for 6 weeks, 6 days a week. That's over 15 million. It's not a heavy lift. And the technology, we got more technology. You know, Harriet Tubman didn't have email. She didn't have Twitter. She didn't have talk, whatever. None of that. She had a made-up mind, moss on the north side of the tree, a North Star in the sky, and she got 700 people out of slavery. We can never allow our foreparents to do more with less, and we do less with more. So all over, stand up now, wherever you are under the trees. We recognize people that could not stay in the street. We knew that, but there were tens of thousands here across here and millions online. But wherever you are, if you can, muster, stand up, if you're able, and repeat after me. We pledge our power, our voices, our votes, our protest, our principles to legislation, litigation, and even nonviolent direct action, agitation when necessary, to ensure that everyone is lifted and the poor are never neglected. Say, we are the swing vote, and we've got power. Power! Power! We commit to waking the sleeping giant all the way up. The sleeping giant of everyday poor and low-wage people who've been silenced far too long by the fake populism of extremists and the compromises of so-called moderates. We are the swing vote, and we've got power. 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 We will rise to the challenge to challenge every candidate for public office to make clear where they stand on a just, loving, truth-telling agenda rooted in our deepest constitutional values, which are establish justice, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and ensure domestic tranquility. Our deepest moral values. We are one nation and one people. And our deepest religious values. Good news to the poor. Every nation will be judged by how you treat the least of these. When I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was naked, did you clothe me? Prison, did you release me? Sick, did you heal me? When I was an immigrant, a stranger, did you welcome me in? Now, somebody's been hurting our people. Somebody's been hurting our children. Somebody's been hurting poor people. Somebody's been hurting us. And it's gone on far too long. And we won't be silent anymore. We are the swing vote. And we got power. 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 And we will use it. And in remembrance of all those that came before us, we're going to take a song back and bring it forward. We shall overcome. Special rendition today, but not we shall overcome someday. We shall overcome today, because we've got power together. We're going to step aside, let the choir sing, and we're going to close when they finish their last note. You may want to put your placards down for a second. You may want to hug somebody. Tell them, I'm glad I'm fighting with you, not fighting against you, but we're on the same team. Everybody under the tree, wherever you are in the back, I see y'all. You see them, Liz? All back there, all around. Come on, choir.
I want you to thank all of the staff, people you didn't see on the stage. All of them running around, all of them everywhere. And come out here, Cass. Come out here, Cass. And Roger's not here, but Reverend Cass, who was our behind the scene, working, making sure time was all right, making sure this happened and that. Where is Cass? And that team, Tina Akintai, where are you? Things don't just happen. She probably back there fell out. She was so tired. Cass probably fell out. Where is she? Come on, Cass. Come on, Cass. All organized, where y'all? But I want Cass to come up. You know she been keeping us up till all the morning. We got to sing We Shall Overcome. She wasn't letting us fail. Where she at? Give her a big hand, Bob. Don't you ever forget where you were today. That the movement said we're going to touch 15 million, and we declared that we are the swing vote, the real swing vote, the greatest, most powerful swing vote, and we're going to be together, and we're going to make them hear us, not tomorrow, but today. Now, as you go back to your seats, the choir didn't mess with me today because we are that movement. And you need to ask somebody if you don't know. We are that movement. Right. And we're not poor because we're lazy. We're not low wage because we're lazy. It's policies. And we are that movement. I wonder if Freddie and the brother, I wonder y'all used to do something along that as people get ready to go. You remember that beat? You remember that beat? They've been messing around. We are that movement that won't turn around. Is that it? Y'all remember that as you go back? Come on, come on. This is all ad-lib. I don't even know where I'm going there. But as I said, we are that movement. We are that movement. I said we are that movement. We are that movement. That won't turn around. That won't turn around. We are that movement. We are that movement. I said we are that movement. We are that movement. They're going to shake this country up. We're going to shake this country up. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. Look at your neighbor and tell them real good. We are that movement. We're going to turn this nation around. We're going to vote. I like we should. We're going to vote everywhere. When the votes come in, they're going to say, what the hell happened here? And then, but we are here. And we ain't going nowhere.
Roland Martin here with Black Start Network. So the Poor People's Campaign, the mass assembly has concluded. It started a little after 10 o'clock, so it's after a little after 2 o'clock, so about 4 hours. And so, I mean, so the crowds are thinning out here because they were moving towards the trees there. So you've had several thousand people who were here because of the extreme heat. You did packed all along here. People who came out, more than 200 buses. There were some plane loads also flew in from across the country. And so you have folks who are standing up. You got the choir. Look, go and quiet in the nation's capital. As you heard Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, Reverend Liz Theo Harris say, their goal is to be able to impact 15 million voters all across the country. And so leaving here, they're going to be all around the country, but not just in terms of those two. They've been organizing and mobilizing. There are many people here who work with the Poor People's Campaign in Tennessee, in West Virginia, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Florida, a lot of southern states, but also in Texas, in Idaho, in Iowa, in Illinois, in Indiana. And so all of this has been going on all around the country. And so that's one of the things that you're seeing here. So what they want for people leaving here to now begin to focus on educating and training people all across. When we talk about training, they do a lot of that, really trying to educate people on the reality of what's going on in America and trying to get them to understand the issues and how they are impacted, how poor and low-income folks are working. One of the guys said something on stage that was pretty funny. He asked his mother, he said, "Mama, we're middle class." She says, "No, we're upper poor." And the reality is, what we are seeing in this country, we are seeing a lot of people who understand the need to close the wealth gap. When you have the richest people in this country owning majority of the wealth gap has widened in America over the last 2 decades and has gotten worse. And so this effort here is about closing that particular gap. And so we've been focused on this issue, having folks on our show really being educated, and that's really what this whole thing is all about. And so that's what's going on. So here's the deal. So I'm going to go back. So Reverend Williams, so we're going to go backstage and interview Reverend William Barber. So at least go ahead and go back to the stage with the choir. Then I'm going to go interview Reverend William Barber behind stage. right, Reverend Barber, just this 4 hours, your thoughts on this day?
Well, I knew, first of all, you'd be here. And I think it's something that we had some 200 plus buses. They say millions online. We cross-posted to 60 different sites. And you see the energy out here. You know, it's hard to get people to believe. So you got to start where you start. But to have thousands of people come to D.C., stay 4 hours, commit. You heard we made a commitment. And this is not a joke. We got a plan. And I can tell you that we already have 4,700 activists signed up. We're only 2,200 away from the 7,000 that we need. And we're going to get those to the camera. We're going to get those, and we're going to add those to the group, right? And a lot of them are going to come out of the day. But to see, this is the power block. If you can get black folk, white folk, labor, and religious group, you don't hear these voices on the TV. Here's some other crazy. Look at these, and you had people there that represent thousands of people. One church, 800,000, another one, 500. The National Council of Churches, 100,000 congregation. We hold this together and we work. We got to work it now. This is the beginning. We got to work it. It could be something that they won't know it happened until election day.
Well, and one of the points, I mean, listen, we are there. There was no media here. And so what happens is they always talking about the process, but never talking about the people who are impacted.
Yeah, if we were out here tearing stuff up, we'd be here. Now, C-SPAN said they were going to run it again, but we knew you'd be here. We knew that there were 3 radio stations here. That's why we had our own media. But the shamefulness, we're taping. We're live. Yeah. We're live. But the shamefulness is that if we were out here breaking windows, you know, we had as many people out here that they had on January 6th, but we weren't tearing stuff up. What we're talking about tearing down is injustice. And you look at this, they're talking about coming together. We had a Muslim and a Palestinian and a Jewish folk on the same stage. The Jewish person talking up for the Palestinian. Where have you seen that? You know, so all I know to do is do what God says, be faithful and keep on, because I know that even when other folk, welfare right workers, Martin, people didn't recognize what they were doing sometimes after the fact. But you know what we're doing, and we're going to keep on, and we're going to move these votes, and we're going to do it. But I tell you what, whatever party then, y'all hear me well, don't make folk out to be a liar, because if you don't speak to these folks' issues, we can call them all day long. They're not going to move. That's the number one reason poor, low-wealth folk are not voting. When they do vote, they tend to vote progressive. The numbers bear it out. But they don't, because nobody talks about the kitchen table issue. Not about what you've done or what you tried to do, but what you're going to do if you get the reins of power. That's right. And my 92-year-old mama's here, and she sang and said it was all right.
Oh, I saw it.
So that's good. I'm good.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Good to see you, darling. Absolutely. Good seeing you. All right. All right, folks. So that's Reverend Dr. William J. Barber. He's headed out, and so we're going to do this here. Let's toss it back to the choir on the stage. Now I'm making my way back over to our main area. All right, folks. Again, we've been here for the last 4 hours. It's extremely warm. There's a little breeze out here. The folks are making their way out of here. Again, a very, very warm day. A lot of people have come from all across the country. We've talked to people here from Detroit, from Louisiana, Memphis, folks from Charlotte, obviously D.C., Maryland, Virginia, all across the country. And so one of the things that we talk a lot about on my show, Reverend Barber talked about, is something that we need to have to remember. That is, you have to organize and mobilize. So it is June 29th. A lot of people are talking about the debate, the performances. The reality is that was one debate, one night. But the issues still matter. The issues still matter in terms of what is going to be addressed. And so as you heard Reverend Barber say, if the candidates are not speaking to the issues of low income and poor people, then they're not going to turn out and vote. And so for all of you who are watching, all of you who are listening, you need to understand this, and this is critically important. You can make the difference. When I say the elections is about the margins, state elections, local elections, congressional races, the presidential race in 2020 and 2016 was about the margins. And so our power, if maximized, can actually be the difference. We saw what happened in Louisiana. We don't vote. And you get a crazy MAGA governor like Jeff Landry. We've seen what happened when we don't turn out, and then you see Republicans controlling state legislatures all across the South. And so this is the moment for black voters, for young white voters, for Latino voters, for low-income folk, for the poor, to understand you actually can make the difference. And when you use your power, the election is the end of one process and the beginning of another. We then have to stay mobilized and stay organized to then put the pressure on those same politicians to do what they promised they were actually going to do. And so over the next 4 months, we're going to continue to be involved in broadcasting various events with the Poor People's Campaign. We're going to be traveling around this country, doing shows. In July 18th, we're going to be in Atlanta with union workers who are trying to mobilize and organize at Delta Airlines. We're going to be broadcasting from other places. I got called this morning. Folks want us to broadcast in different places in Virginia because you've got a U.S. Senate race in Virginia. I'm hearing the same thing in Ohio. So you got a critical governor's race. You got a crazy MAGA governor, a black guy, Mark Robertson, running in North Carolina. And so there are so many races beyond the presidential race. And so what I need all of our folks to understand is we have to be using our power and maximizing our power to the best of our abilities. And so we're going to do that. As y'all see, just give me a shot over here. I want y'all to see this physically. Just give me a shot. Y'all look right here. That camera right there is for the Poor People's Campaign. There was no media here. There was a local station that was down here, but this is the media riser. We're the only people here. What does that tell you about the media in this country? What does that tell you about what media claim they care about? And so on this riser right here, there's nothing. We're the only folks up here. There's nobody. We literally got half of this riser. No CNN, no MSNBC, okay? Nobody. They're not here. And so I need our people to understand why this network matters, because we have to speak to the issues that matter to our people as well. And so all of that is important. And so when I talk about support the work that we do, I appreciate the fact that Reverend Barber and the Poor People's Campaign, they support our work. Black Voters Matter supports our work. National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, they support our work. And so we need your support as well. And so, again, you can join our Bring the Funk fan club. So you're checking money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 2003-7-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. There was a woman down here from Alabama. She saw me and she says, hey, I need to get your Cash App. She says, look, I got a few pennies. And she literally handed me her phone, pulled up our Cash App, and she gave us $20. And she said, I got to support the work that you do. And that happens all the time, folks. And so when you support, it actually makes a difference, because we cannot hope other media shows up and understand the issues. And so we have to do it ourselves. And so that's why we are here. And so we had a great team out here broadcasting, setting up all morning. And so we're going to be doing this all across the country. And so trust me, y'all want to stay tuned. You want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You want to download the Black Star Network app. Our app is available on Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. So you can see our network app on all of those platforms. You can catch us. You can go straight to the Black Star Network app. And trust me, we are going to continue to cover the stories that matter to us and our people. And so, again, for everyone here at the Black Star Network, we appreciate all of you for watching, for listening, for this second annual Poor People's Campaign mass assembly here in the nation's capital. And so, tomorrow's a day of rest, and then we're back to work on Monday. Until then, y'all take care. Holla!